Good evening. Welcome to a special meeting of the Governing Board and a public hearing and executive session for Tuesday, June 23rd, starting at 5 o'clock p.m. Let us begin with our meeting notice. Do I need to read a meeting notice? Okay, we'll just do roll call. All right, so I've called the meeting to order. Roll call, please. And Ms. Werner is on. Thank you. Go ahead.
Matthew Patinsky.
Amy Carney.
Mike Sharkey.
And Donna Lewis. All board members are present. We will hear a presentation on the adoption of the proposed fiscal year expenditure budget. Ms. Crozier.
I never know if I should touch this or if somebody else is going to bring that up. Okay. Here we go. All right. Well, good evening, President Lewis, Vice President Sharkey, members of the board, community, Dr. Menzel, and guests. Tonight, we are presenting the adopted budget for the 26-27 school year as part of our public hearing. Just to start out with setting the tone for our why and how we make our decisions with our district vision, mission, and values. The 26-27 budget development, this is just kind of going over how we came up with the budget. Average daily membership, we did decrease that for this year by about 478 students. To point out the difference between ADM and weighted student count, ADM is based off of the number of students we have enrolled within the first 100 days of school, whereas the weighted count looks at the ADM times various weights for various grade levels, special education needs, free and reduced lunch, gifted, those types of things. So when we look at the reduction for average daily membership, multiply that times our weighted count, we are projecting a decrease of about 591. That is a little bit higher than we have done in the past. That is taking into account possibly more reductions this year due to closing of 2 schools. The base level, or the amount we get per student, is anticipated, will increase by 2%. That was approved by the legislature just recently, putting it at $5,215 per student. We know that we will have some impacts to our revenue for this year just because of the reduction in ADM. So even though there's an increase of 2%, the reduction in ADM is anticipated to be a little bit more than 2%, so we're anticipating a reduction in revenue from that. As well as the other big reduction we're anticipating for next year is we have continued to bring down our carry forward each year for M&O. That's not money that sits in unallocated, that's money that goes back into our budget and helps us to balance that budget part. We anticipate bringing that down by 2.6 for next year and then moving that to a flat amount for the year after that. Additionally, we have money in there for Prop 123. What that really is some funding that came through as additional funding to keep districts whole once the Prop 123 ended. And then what we had not anticipated that is in there and is in the budget that we have now for the proposed and the adopted is about $847,000 in, we're calling it additional state funding. We talked about it as it's been one-time funding in the past, but that should be moving forward into our baseline moving forward. And so that is for free and reduced lunch support and district additional assistance or capital funding. To make the budget work this year, we are moving approximately $9.6 million from capital to M&O. The current year that we're in right now, wrapping up, we had moved some. We're increasing that to be able to bridge that gap within M&O, knowing that that will help us for the next couple of years, but something we'll need to be looking at and how that impacts our capital, but that is an allowable transfer that we are able to do. And so with all of that, that provides us with a balanced budget. This just looks at all of the funds within our budget. Our entire budget for the entire school district is just short of $400 million. The bulk of that is within M&O, or maintenance and operations, at about 191, almost 192 million. That being the people, primarily people in our district, and supplies. Other accounts being the next largest one, and that's really all the various cash accounts. That includes funds that have designated uses for them within cash, the classroom site fund, trust, capital, and so you can see on up the various types of budget that we have, but the bulk of it being within M&O. Because the bulk of our budget is in M&O, primarily what we'll be looking at tonight is M&O and capital. Within our M&O budget, almost 85% of our budget is salary and benefits, so people within the district. The next biggest one is purchase services. We'll take a little bit deeper dive into what that is. Supplies, utilities, we'll look at that a little bit more. And then other just being miscellaneous, bank fees, that type of thing. Within the M&O salaries, this first part looks at the different groups of employees that we have and how that salary is broken out. The bulk of that, 61% being certified, so teachers, certified employees that fall under the SEA agreement, classified hourly employees. We broke out admin to distinguish between school admin and district admin. And then we have substitutes and then stipends. This also gives you the FTE by group. You can see that certified is obviously the largest group, representing 61% of our salary expenditures. School-based employees, we looked at what are certified employees, classified employees, administrative employees, and grouped those all together as school-based employees. That represents 83% of our budget, depending on salary or FTE. So the largest portion of our M&O budget within salaries is for those school-based employees. Classified being hourly, district administration. And so the real key takeaway here is that 84% of our expenditures support our students through certified and classified staff. Next biggest portion within salary and benefits, obviously being the benefits. Our largest one is state retirement. That is a mandated portion that we have to pay. And so we contribute state retirement, our employees contribute also the same amount or percentage for state retirement. Next one being medical, and then Social Security, FICA, those types of things. Within our utilities, you can see that our largest utility expense is electricity. I know Dennis and his team work as hard as possible to try to keep those costs low, and so sometimes we hear that in the set points for classrooms, but our largest expense within the utilities is the electricity, followed by water. There is a lot on here, but this is really what makes up our purchase services, because that is a very large portion as well of the M&O budget. The biggest portion of that being almost $4 million for cleaning services, which obviously is necessary for our school sites. Professional services, SROs, that 2.7, I will say 1.7 of that, more than 1.7 of that is for SROs. So the bulk of that is for SROs, a little bit for hearing officers, and then contracted teachers. Obviously, property insurance is a pretty high one, and then contracted services for transportation. Next budget that we talk most often about other than M&O is our capital expenditures. This includes the district additional assistance from the state, so capital expenses from the state, as well as the $14.5 million override that we have for capital expenses. Largest amount being within tech equipment, followed by textbooks, furniture and equipment, and non-instructional software. I was looking at that non-instructional software just to kind of give an idea of why that's pretty high. That includes things like our financial and human resources software at the tune of $440,000 for that. It's the software that we use within human resources to be able to track applicants and records on applicants, and if they're completing the necessary professional development, those types of things. The transportation software. So there's quite a few softwares that are in there that are necessary for us to function as a district that are considered non-instructional software. This takes a look at our tax rate and our tax history. I want to point out this is just an estimate. We don't set the tax rate. The Maricopa County Supervisor sets that tax rate based off of the information within our budget and what our assessed property values are. We anticipate that being about $3.13 which is a reduction of 10%, of 10 cents for next year. That does include, we are trying to recoup the funds that were pulled out of our account for the Quasi-Meyer refunds. So even with moving over $7 million, or collecting over $7 million for the Quasi-Meyer refunds, we still anticipate a reduction of about 10 cents. So that part is good, and that will then hopefully end the Quasi-Meyer refund needing to collect on that. And it just kind of gives you an idea of what does that mean. So the average home is just over $600,000 in Scottsdale, but it gives you an idea of at 313, that's roughly $1,800 annually for that. The savings, or if it's a 10-cent reduction, that's about $60 annually, and a savings for a $600,000 home. So it does show that over the last several years, we have continued to decrease in our tax rate. So just key parts within the budget, our enrollment does continue to decline. We are projecting that to continue to go to happen for next year. Obviously, with our funding being based off of enrollment, ADM, that continues to be a challenge for us, but we're working through those things by looking at the phase 2 and ways we continue to reduce expenditures. Strategically, how we've addressed that is by transferring more funds from district additional assistance over to M&O. Obviously, also having the additional the additional funds for free and reduced lunch and district additional assistance helps out, and then some of that Prop 123 bridging part. So we do have a balanced budget. We were able to give raises to our employees for this next year. The tax rate we anticipate being lower than it has been, and so it's kind of the key highlights within our budget for this next year. So with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Ms. Carney?
Thank you, Ms. Crozier. Couple questions. The $9.6 million that we've moved from capital to operations, you said is allowable. What is the max that is allowable?
Yes. We can move the full amount that we receive from the state. That'll change every year depending on what our enrollment is. It's roughly 11 million is the max that we could move.
Okay. And then as far as the $5.7 million in stipends, that's really high. Do you have the numbers of previous years, last year, how much?
I
we
don't
pay
have
in
that
stipend?
information with me. I can tell you what that really encompasses is when we talk about stipends. So we have a stipend for the longevity stipend for certified employees. That's a big portion of what those stipends are. So I want to say that's about $4 million right within that. So that's included in stipends. Stipends for doing coaching, those types of things are included there. So the biggest part of that, I would say, is the additional fund or the additional compensation that we pay out of $301 for longevity for teachers. But I can look into what we've had in the past for that.
Okay, that makes sense. If we could get a breakdown
Yep.
on that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Dr. Patensky?
Just want to make sure I understand. I think it's, excuse me, slide 4, the key assumptions and drivers. We're turning to the topic of the $9.6 million transfer.
Yeah.
It says increase of $5.4 million. So does that mean last year we transferred 4.2?
That is correct.
This year we're transferring 9.6. Similar rate of decline in enrollment. So does it suggest that we're not adjusting our annual operating expenses at the rate that we need to avoid transferring in one-time sources of funding?
Yeah, so the additional transfer there and making that higher, we know that right now, unless some things change, we bring down our spending within capital, we know that that's not sustainable. That being said, we also knew that we were moving forward with a more multi-year approach to addressing schools and declining enrollment in full and thriving schools. So part of this is anticipated to be addressed through the phase 2 and whatever happens in the future with schools, and I don't know if phase 3 is the right word to use, but looking at the capacity within Coronado. So that is part of it, is knowing that looking at full and thriving schools and how we're staffing those schools and which schools are open is part of a phased approach, and so that takes into consideration that that's what we're doing here.
That might explain why we're comfortable taking more, because we hope it's going to stop because we're making difficult decisions. It's a little nerve-wracking because we haven't actually made those decisions, but it doesn't explain why we needed more this year than last year.
We needed more because we chose, instead of closing multiple schools this year, we went with a more phased approach to have more in-depth conversations about the Desert Mountain Complex.
But all those schools were open last year.
Yes, but we knew
Because why was there a bigger gap requiring more one-time funds this
well,
year?
we had the issue where we wanted to give 2% raises. We also had the issue of moving multiple positions from cash accounts over to M&O. So our budget deficit for this year was higher than normal because we had the structural with the declining on ADM, but we also had the budget issues of needing to move things out of cash accounts and over to M&O.
Okay. And is that the heart of it?
Yes.
The cash accounts? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, at this juncture, we will move to public comments regarding our public hearing on the adopted proposal fiscal year 26-27. This is pursuant to ARS 38431.02 and ARS 15905D and E. Notice is hereby given to members of the governing board and general public that the governing board will conduct this public hearing tonight. And I will read a public comment statement. In compliance with open meeting law, the governing board may not discuss or take action tonight on any matters raised during a public comment that are not on the agenda. This is on the agenda. However, the governing board members may respond to direct criticism, ask staff to review a matter, or that a matter be placed on a future agenda. Public comments will be conducted in accordance with policy BEDH. As a reminder, each speaker will have 2 minutes. The screen will indicate the time. Please be prepared to close your comments and relinquish the floor at the conclusion of your time. The board asks that each speaker please introduce themselves by stating their name and whether you live within the school district for clarity of record. And we thank you for your time and attendance here this evening and your cooperation in following our decorum and protocol. All right, do we have any public comments regarding the budget?
Hi, I think you know me. I'm Mike Mengert. My question is this: what percentage of the budget is classroom spending, and of that, what percentage of that is in spending on instruction?
I think what you're asking is in reference to the district spending report that comes out annually and how that would potentially look. And that is not information I have on hand, but is information that we can post or that we can gather. Again, this is within budget, and so budget and expenditures don't, what we budget and how things, we don't always spend the entire budget.
Okay.
So we don't generally put that together on this portion.
So you don't know in the budget how much of that is for classroom spending? How much of the budget? Whether you hit the mark or miss the mark, you can't tell me what percent in this $400 million budget is classroom spending.
Dr. Menzel, you want to share about the last year's
We
data?
have last year's information that we can present. It'll be part of our information discussion item on the deep dive for district office expenditures, and it ties into the Auditor General's report with respect to classroom expenditures and how that breaks down. We are discussing it later in this agenda.
But you don't budget that way. So you don't budget classroom spending. That's a pretty simple question.
Do you want to take a
And
shot at
pretty
it,
basic
Shannon?
question.
I don't have the information broken down in that portion. That's not how we're required to put it into these forms. So I don't have that answer for you offhand.
Okay, so when can we have an answer as to how much? Is it after the year when you do your report to the auditor, the state auditor general?
We can put together what that is based off of our budget and have that within the next couple of weeks.
allowed to? I
Yeah,
pulled up
we
the- I
could,
mean,
or
I
do you want to
pulled-
wait till the, I think this is perfectly appropriate, yeah.
Madam President, we should wait until the public hearing is concluded, and then any board member can
And let's-
respond. I don't know
let's
if there are
find out,
any other
but thank you.
speakers.
Hold
Thank
on
you.
to that. Any other comments from the public? All right. Ms. Carney.
And now Ms. Carney may refer a matter to the agenda or respond to criticism.
Okay, looking at the Arizona Auditor Report, it shows that our classroom spending is 70.6%. 54% of it is instruction, 11.3% is student support, and 5.3% is instruction support. That means non-classroom spending is 29.4%. That's the latest information that we have. That's what I go by.
Yes, that's based off of last year's expenditures. That report is it is done as a look back as to what happened in the previous year. That report also does not include all funds.
Does not include what?
It does not include all funds. There's only
All
specific
funds.
funds, and yeah, exactly.
Well-
We can do that, we can do what that report would look like based on the budget. But again, that report is based off of actual expenditures that happened within the year, so
Looking back.
it's not always comparing apples to apples.
Right, so if we could prepare something like this for this budget, that would be great.
Yep.
Thank you. I want to ask a little bit about the legislation that just passed relative to the 60%. Is that related to this question, and in what way?
I would assume that that's
We're
the
still
intent of
unpacking.
the
It's new,
question.
it's so
Yeah.
new, we're still learning what it is.
Yeah, I mean, there is a ballot initiative on what we spend, and what that report shows, so,
Showing a requirement for
Yeah.
60% to be
Yes.
expended in the classroom.
yes. So my assumption is that that's what the question is in reference to.
It is.
No, I mean, I'm assuming that that Mr. Vanguard's question is referencing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Dr. Cruz, did you have anything you wanted to add? Okay. Anyone else? Okay. That concludes our public hearing, and that moves us to an action item to adopt the proposed fiscal budget as presented. I move that we adopt the proposed fiscal budget 26-27 as presented.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Sharkey. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And Ms. Warner, I heard you say aye, yes? Thank you. It passes 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Crozier, for your work, and thank you for your questions. I think that, given some of the changes with the legislature, we're going to want to be sure we're on top of that. So, thank you. All right, that brings us to our regular opening of the meeting. I'm going to call to order again at 5:23. And would you please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We repeat roll call.
Matthew Patinsky.
Amy Carney?
Mike Sharkey.
Donna Lewis and? All right, I'm going to make a motion to approve the agenda, and I believe we have a couple of edits, so before we do that motion, shall we hear the proposed changes for amendments to the agenda? Oh, sorry. Yes. Please go ahead, Ms. Carney.
You got a call on me.
I'm calling you.
All right. I'd like to amend the agenda. I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda, moving items 8 and 9 before item 6. Do I have a second?
We are going to take, we're going to hear the,
I also have a motion, request.
okay.
So I'd like to move item 7 before item 6. And if we were to take these together after the executive session and superintendent topic.
So move
But
the,
before we get into the action items, I'd like to try to make a study session still first and foremost about the study session topics and address them first.
so I'm hearing the proposal for the agenda to be, following number 5, then we would have items 8, 9, and 7
Correct.
before item 6. Do I hear a second on that proposed amendment to the budget? Thank you. All those in favor, or do you want to discuss?
Yeah, just a quick
Yeah.
discussion. Nowhere in policy, though, is a special meeting, does it say that a special meeting is set up for a study session? So just so we're clear on that. I mean,
Okay.
study session is something that's changed this year, and it's great, but it is not in policy, so.
Okay.
Okay, still would like to do it.
Still want to honor the intention of deep dives, is what I'm
Yeah, I
hearing
think
you
these
say.
are two really important topics, and I want us to be fresh as we address them, if my colleagues agree.
We have a first and a second. Any other discussion?
Madam President, it's my understanding.
Yes, go ahead. All right, we'll separate the motion, so let's,
Well, so just for clarity for my colleague, what I was talking about is 6, not 8 or 9. I was happy to move 8 and 9 up, but understanding your desire, I don't want to make life more difficult for a colleague, so I can wait on my
okay.
topics.
So you withdraw your
So I will
amended
withdraw my
proposal?
amendment,
Okay,
yes.
so the motion and the second, if you're sticking with it, Ms. Warner, is simply to move 8 and 9 in front of item 6. We have a first and a second. Any other discussion?
Madam President, this is Jennifer McLennan. It's my understanding that the district will need to clear this room in order to have the executive session if the board chooses to go into executive session. So I just want the board members to be aware that it will disrupt the flow if that's what we're doing.
Okay, so if this passes, we have about 15 people in the audience or so, and I would like to apologize in advance if we ask you to move to room D while we carry our executive session in closure in this particular room. All right. All the motion and the second is on the table. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And Ms. Warner, you're also an aye, I'm sure. Okay, it passes 5-0. And we'll move on through the agenda then, now that it's amended. That brings us to the superintendent comments before we go to executive session.
Well, good evening, President Lewis, Vice President Sharkey, members of the governing board, staff, and community members who are here. 2 things this evening to note. Earlier today, I received an email from No Kid Hungry out of Washington, D.C. And the email indicates, and here's a portion of their press release, No Kid Hungry is pleased to announce Patty Bilbrey, Director of Nutrition Services for Scottsdale Unified School District in Scottsdale, Arizona, as a 2026 Summer Hunger Hero. This annual celebration of those who go above and beyond in efforts to end childhood hunger shines a light on extraordinary individuals and agencies from across the nation. This year's list of heroes includes 10 honorees from 9 states, a diverse array of celebrants, but all united in their commitment to ending childhood hunger and during the summer months and throughout the year. It's a much longer press release, but the next paragraph I want to read says, when school nutrition Director Patty Bilbrey saw the opportunity to bring a non-congregate summer meals program to the Scottsdale area, she joined forces with Scottsdale Community College, and together they forged a flexible program that allowed families to get up to a week's worth of ready-to-eat, frozen, or shelf-stable food for their children. All told, Scottsdale Unified District was able to serve 135,000 meals to families in the community. So congratulations to Patty. In true form, Patty gives a shout out to Scottsdale Community College and the members of her Team Awesome. They do amazing work together, and it was really nice to see this national recognition. The other thing, just to let the board and community know, we are in the process of moving people, a lot of people, some from the Mojave District Annex over to Pima. Those moves have taken place and people are getting settled as we prepare to launch the Level D program at the Pima site, along with our special ed staff getting set up. We have renovation work that will begin in this building on July 6th as we prepare to welcome colleagues from the Main Street facility that we'll be vacating this fall. So if you stop around anytime this summer, you're going to see that things may look a little bit in disarray, but it's by design, and we will be ready for the start of school in August. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we are going to, I make a motion to enter executive session pursuant to the statutory citations listed on the agenda. The governing board may recess into executive session pursuant to ARS 38431.03A3 and A4 for the purpose of obtaining legal advice from the attorney for the public body and providing direction to the attorney regarding the superintendent's contract of employment. And need a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that's a 5-0 pass. And again, my apologies to the community members as we go into executive session in this room. You may go to room D, and we welcome you. We will come let you know when we're ready to return to the regular agenda. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to call the general meeting back into session.
Second the motion?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the 5-0 to return. That brings us to approval of the superintendent's contract of employment. I make a motion to approve the superintendent's contract of employment as discussed with the attorney.
I'll second the motion.
All those in favor, or do you want to discuss first? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those against or opposed?
I'd like to explain my vote.
Okay.
So my vote for extending the superintendent's contract through 2029 is based on performance, accountability, and the financial realities facing our district. Scottsdale Unified School District continues to face significant challenges. Enrollments declined by approximately 6,000 students over the past decade, resulting in ongoing budget pressures and difficult decisions about closing and consolidating neighborhood schools. And at the same time, district academic performance indicators, including ACT scores, are still declining. This year, the superintendent received a lower evaluation score from the board than he received in previous years. Despite that decline, the board majority has approved both a salary increase and a 3-year contract extension. I believe contract extensions should be earned through demonstrated results. When academic goals have not been met over a long span of time, and the district is operating in a season of budget deficits, extending a contract is wrong. In most organizations, declining performance would not earn you additional compensation or a lengthened contract. Given those realities, I don't believe giving our superintendent a raise or long-term contract extension is appropriate. My responsibility is to exercise sound stewardship of taxpayer dollars and hold district leadership accountable for results. So for those reasons, my vote is a no.
Thank you.
May I explain my vote?
Thank you. Ms. Dr. Patinsky?
So I voted to support extending the contract under the terms. I'd like to explain why. First, as a reminder, SUSD has had 7 superintendents in the 12 years preceding Dr. Menzel, 7. The level of instability that creates is indescribable. I think under Dr. Menzel's leadership, we're in the midst of several critical initiatives, all of which are multi-year, and he deserves the opportunity. And we need his leadership and his expertise to see them through. My colleague mentioned enrollment. I would point out that if you look at retention, which is the number of students who are in our schools that continue in our schools every single year that Dr. Menzel has been superintendent, our enrollment has grown. We've had more than 100% of our students renew, which means we are attracting more students. Our enrollment trends are a function of starting kindergarten classes that are much smaller than graduating senior classes, and that is largely a function of demographics. That is simple math if you look at our retention rate. As well, if you look at our capture rate, under Dr. Menzel, our capture rate has declined at the lowest rate of any of the recent superintendents. It declined at around 2.4% for Dr. Peterson. It declined around 1.7% on average for Dr. Krieghardt. I think they're both doctors. I don't know that to be true. And for Dr. Menzel, if you include COVID, which was obviously a very unique year, 1.4%, and without that, it's 0.98%. If you look at our financials, we are in a difficult strait when it comes to our enrollment decline and the pressure that it puts on our economics. At the same time, we have clean audits. We have a CFO who's been recognized, and I think that's in part the mentorship and the leadership of our superintendent. I think we have a very well-run district, and we'll spend more time tonight looking at how our district spends its resources. What do our families and staff say? Well, families, 88% are satisfied. This is according to our most recent survey, the 2025-26 survey, which, by the way, had the highest participation rate of any recent survey. 88% are satisfied with their child's school experience, which is up. 85% their district provides a high-quality education. That is up. 92% say their child feels safe. 80% feel their feedback is valued. 85% of our staff feel welcomed and supported. We have one of the lowest turnover rates in our teaching staff of any district in Arizona as well. Dr. Menzel is recognized and appreciated by the community, whether it's the Scottsdale Area Chamber of Commerce that gave him the Sterling Award, or the State A rating, third year running, Superintendent of the Year. So I think by any measure, Dr. Menzel has done a tremendous job leading our district. He joined right as COVID was happening. We've been in a very reactive period following COVID, or through the period of COVID, and we're now in the third year of leadership after COVID. So I think it would be irresponsible for this board, when we're in the midst of a massive restructuring, when we've set multi-year goals around academic achievement, particularly in math, for us to introduce the uncertainty and disruption and destabilization of changing superintendents at this time. So for those reasons, I support approving Dr. Menzel's contract for another 3 years.
Ms. Warner, did you have a comment regarding your vote? Mr. Sharkey?
Yeah, would like to take a chance to explain my vote. There's no doubt we're going through challenges. We've had some very rich discussions as a board, as a community, over the reasons for that. I look forward to contributing, doing my part as a board member to support the administration and overcoming and those challenges we have. I look at the superintendent putting forward a proposal to be here for 3 more years through these changes, taking accountability for change that he's led with his cabinet, with school leadership, and that to me says a lot. I think he's done nothing but give his heart and soul towards this district to make it as good as it can be, and I support that, and for that reason, I support extending his contract 3 years as well.
I will add a final comment to speak to the complexity of the task in this past year, the intensity of community conversations, the sustainability and the stability that's necessary for what's to come requires a complex understanding of this community that I think Dr. Menzel has. He was recognized in Washington, D.C. in November for being the Superintendent of the Year for Arizona. He was published in AASA, a national journal for superintendents, regarding the return on investment for the funds that we see back in our students, in our community. I see the amazing fiscal tightness. He brought to us a more conservative recommendation than we adopted, so we, on occasion, need to remember that. And I am very pleased with the retention of staff, that we are one of the top in the state. Dr. Menzel's asked frequently to serve and guide other superintendents around the state, and that's a compliment and a badge of honor for this district. So I appreciate that he symbolizes who we are and what we're about, and is very in touch with some of the points of disagreement. And that takes a sophistication and complexity to weather while leaning in and taking the risk of leading anyway. So with that, the vote passes 3-2. Thank you. That moves us to agenda item 6A. And I don't know if the response was hindered. I didn't mean to rush it, but thank you. Action item A, approval of the new lease agreement. Dr. Menzel or Ms. Crozier, do you want to speak to the new lease agreement?
So this is a request that came to us for a space that had been rented at Choya by SECA, an organization that provided special education services to a small group of students. This group also serves a small population that is not in conflict with the services we provide. And so Shannon and Dennis worked to secure this agreement, which is for 2 years. With the potential to extend. We didn't want to go longer than 2 years because if the voters give authorization to sell or enter into a long-term lease with respect to Choya after November, we wanted the board to have maximum flexibility, but there's the potential to continue to do so. In the short term, this is another source of revenue, and we've committed to doing what we can to leverage as many resources to support the operations of the district. This would go into plant funds, but because it's an education use, we may have a little bit more flexibility with it. Not a lot of money, but it's a good use of that space in Choya.
I move to approve the new lease agreement as presented.
I'll second.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Werner, did I hear an aye? Okay, 5-0. Passes. Now brings us to 6B, personnel action item. Dr. Cruz? Or,
Just presented as an action item tonight,
okay,
Dr.
thank you.
Lewis.
All right, I make a motion to approve the personnel action item as presented.
Second motion.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Werner, I'm sorry, you weren't audible. All those opposed? Okay, 5-0. Okay, thank you. Item 6C, Governing Board approval of facility use fee schedule. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we approve the Governing Board approval of the facility use
I
fee
did
schedule.
have one question, if I
Please.
may.
You want me to make a motion and second and then discuss? Or you want to?
Sure.
Okay, I make a motion to approve?
Second the motion.
Okay, let's discuss.
So as I read this, and I think we talked about this last year, as I read this, our goal is to kind of break even, maybe make a little bit of money. And that makes sense, right? We want uses of our facilities that are going to enrich our families and our kids, to use our facilities. We don't want to, extract too much rent. But there are other types of users as well that maybe are a little less directly close to our kids. So can you just refresh my memory in terms of this rate schedule? To what extent would you describe it as breaking even versus trying to generate auxiliary revenue for the district? And do you have any latitude to charge differently for groups that are closer to our educational mission versus those that are just using our facilities and they could, use the Y or the J just as easily?
Great question. Dr. Patinsky, President Lewis, Vice President Sharkey, members of the board, Dr. Menzel, that is exactly the goal. Ms. Crozier has moved a lot of those expenses away from this fund in personnel, and so we are trying to make sure that we're contributing to the use and abuse that we do have on the facilities. But generally speaking, if it is our students, our sports programs, our drama programs, we try and make sure that that cost is as small as possible. When they are for-profit organizations that are coming in with a huge dance troupe or whatever the case may be, they're the ones that will bear a different cost, a larger cost. And so we are really trying to make sure that our families are getting the best value that they possibly can.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other questions or discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We are now on 6D, acceptance of the award of the School Safety Officer Grant for SROs.
So, as you know, at our last meeting, we approved the 5 social work positions that were originally awarded. Yesterday, the State Board of Education met, and there are 2 components. This one and the next one are a result of action they took yesterday. They approved the 2 SRO positions and 1 SSO position, and so we're recommending the board accept the funding for those positions. These were things that we had hoped for, SPD had planned for, but now we actually have funding for, and so we'd like to recommend approval of that grant.
I make a motion to approve.
Second?
Discussion, Ms. Carney, are you ready to vote? Okay.
Just real quick
Go ahead,
discussion.
Mr. Sharkey.
So that's accounted for in the budget we just approved?
No, we
It's
did
a
not budget
different
for that
grant.
because we didn't know we're going to get it. So we'll have a budget amendment that incorporates new things that are added, but
Yeah, we end up doing budget amendments throughout the year. So this will be picked up because, again, we have to carry forward that we're estimating. This will be picked up in our new budget.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Approval for the 27 School Safety Program Grant, Year 1.
so on this one, all of the first positions that were not previously awarded, so the one that you just approved, the 5 you approved the last time, which are for 3 years, these are the first position social work jobs, but they're only funded for 1 year. So the state used carry forward funding to be able to cover those costs, but we're going to be able to bring people off the RIF list and reinstate social workers at the other schools that weren't part of that 5 or the 3 that got the SROs and the 1 SSO.
I make a motion to approve the School Safety Program Grant, Year 1.
Second the motion?
All right, any other questions or comments? Any questions or comments? All right, I need a roll, excuse me. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Warner, I didn't hear you. I think that was an aye? Thank you. That passes 5-0. And 6F, approval of Amendment 5 to Intergovernmental Agreement, IGA, with Arizona Department of Economic Security, ADES, for transition from school to work services.
This is an ongoing grant that allows us to provide support for students with IEPs as they make the transition from classroom environment to being prepared for work, and we recommend approval.
I move to approve the IGA with ADES as presented.
Second.
Any comments or questions? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And I heard 5-0 on that. All right, thank you for item 6. And Ms. Warner, if you're going to choose to dismiss yourself, we certainly understand, knowing that distance is hard. Okay. You may note her exit. All right, we are now in. We are done with all the action items. Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, let us take a look now at what we're trying to make the meat of our special sessions, and that is deep dives into study sessions. As we look at the information items 7A, it's a specialty program advancement, review, and knowledge, or as it's been dubbed, SPARK. So it's our juju for innovation. the Strategic Action Team update. Ms. Mitchell, would you like to start, or Dr. Manzelli, would you like to introduce?
Well, I just want to acknowledge Ms. Mitchell, because she probably won't do it herself. But many, many months ago, we had a conversation about her experience in a prior district leading magnet school programs. And we talked about her expertise in providing and supporting those initiatives. And so then we talked about what our need was here. Spark is the outgrowth of that, but we have the right person leading the teams that are tackling those signature or specialty programs. And I look forward to being able to have a deeper conversation about what's been accomplished so far this year and where we're heading.
Thank you so much for the kind words, for the opportunity to be here with you. Good evening, Madam President, Vice President Sharkey, governing board members. Really, really excited about the opportunity to hang out this evening and really share the efforts of some incredible folks behind me, some who are not able to be here, as we talk a little bit about Spark. So I'm going to step through my part really quick because there are some presentations around some concepts. But I just want to say the work of Spark has been totally rooted in our mission and vision. When I read our mission and I think about what I watched these teams of adults do from January until May, inspiring, motivating, pouring their passion into this complex issue, it was not only just what we're trying to do with our kids, it was an embodiment of what our community does when they come together. And so I was just so pleased and thankful to be a part of such inspiring, creative, and exciting work. We leaned into all of our values for all of the reasons that we do that work every day. What you're going to see today, these are some of the agenda topics. I'm going to, like I said, be really quick on the role and purpose of Spark, some of the specialty programs and indicators. I'll talk you through an intake process we developed, and then I'll turn over to Sarah Torrione and Dr. Amanda Rand, who are going to share one concept that's been developed around gifted and advanced academics. And then we'll turn over to Michelle Irvin and Ann Wilkinson, who are going to share the work around a visual and performing arts concept. And then we'll have time for whatever questions, thoughts, or next steps you may have.
And I'd like to invite the board to make this a dialogue, so it's not a presentation with just Q&A. So this is a study session culture, and I'm sorry you're at a podium, and I'm sorry you're at a microphone. I wish we were sitting around a table.
All good.
Chit-chatting. So I want to remind us that the culture of this conversation is to study and be curious and to wonder as we learn together.
Awesome. Thank you for that. So really our purpose as a team is really a strategic action team fully wrapped around our 5-year goal around full and thriving schools, analyzing and looking at all of the things that we know bring families into Scottsdale and keep families in Scottsdale. So the team's purpose is to develop and evaluate our current specialty schools and signature programs, make recommendations, generate new concepts, research unique and novel ideas, and ultimately make sure that we're continuing programs that are healthy and thriving, and potentially, should we ever need, make recommendations to sunset programs that over time may not be driving the same amount of energy as they once were. What you can see on this slide here is really the Spark team, which is composed of school-based staff, parents, community members, district staff. This is really where we came to consensus on the different types of specialty structures we have here in Scottsdale. So really quick, there's 3 different structures. We have dedicated specialty schools. That would be like Cheyenne or Pueblo. Those are boundaryless, where all students at the school participate in the specialty program. There's generally parents seeking it out and have a really clear understanding of what that program is for. And then there generally are some requirements to maintain in that everyone universally participates. We also then have school-wide specialty programs. Those examples would be like Navajo and Laguna STEAM program, Anasazi's PYP, Mountainside PYP, and our AVID elementary and middle. All children that attend those schools that do have residential boundaries participate in those programs. But there is a zone, a residential zone, so if you live close to that school and that's your zone, you're participating in the programs at that school should you choose. We also then have programs within a school, signature programs within a school. You could think of those as our Desert Mountain IB program, our Saguaro MSA, our New Mojave MSA, DLI. and then our Desert Canyon dual language immersion programs, some CTE and AP Capstone. So those exist in our comprehensive schools. They're often a small subset of the population that choose to engage in those signature programs. And so we really think as a team about the types of programs and what type of model may be best for some of these ideas. What you can see on the screen, this is what research evidence and our own team really value when it comes to reviewing our programs. These were the common elements and quality indicators we came to consensus around that we want to think about around each of our programs annually. So in the upcoming year, our current programs will do a little self-assessment and presentation reviewing their programming as it relates to these elements and quality indicators. Moving forward with any new concepts or new ideas, these are what we measure for and plan with in thinking about things like alignment and purpose, the evidence of effectiveness. Cool ideas also need to prove to be effective, and so that's very important. The feasibility of implementation, sustainability, what our stakeholders feel about it, and a few other elements as well. What I want to show you here is a example of a website that, because I don't have the animation, you can only see really one piece of it here on this PDF. I should have planned for that. But really and truly, I will step through this quickly. It is an intake process. And so one of our committee members and our team really developed a website prototype in which we would be able to capture different ideas, study those ideas, and then either bring them to fruition or say that was a great idea and it's just not feasible. Through that, what you can see on this screen, it's an example of a dashboard of what this intake process might look at. So you might see, again, all of these are examples. This isn't real, this is pure prototype. Is, say, for example, somebody in the community had a great idea, they wanted an environmental science and sustainability academy. They would go onto the intake website and there's a short form that they would fill out. It would come to a Spark team and we would triage it. Is it something that's new? We want to do a screening and see, is this viable? Is there interest? Or is it something we want to pull forward into a deeper concept study? And so one of the elements of this team's work was to put together this intake process, develop this prototype that we're currently still testing out, and then merge it into our own district website for a launch at the onset of the school year. I'm sure you guys experience, I know I do, there's so many great ideas and so many innovative ideas of how schools could be run, types of schools. And so we wanted to provide to our community, to our staff, to everybody, just the opportunity for those to land somewhere that they could see what's happening with those ideas. Often I'll write it on a sticky note and be like, I promise that's going somewhere. But really just having the opportunity for anyone who wants to say, what would you think about a student innovation lab? What would you think about an early college high school? Yes.
Will community members know that some suggestions in the intake won't see the light of day, just sheer number-wise? If we get
Correct.
30 in there and we're looking at 2 or 3 per year, like, is there an expectation that they know this is, sorry, we can only do so many?
I think that at the very front page, putting some disclaimers of here, what to expect and what you'll hear back, when they would be brought further to fruition, or even just some comment like, oh, this is a great idea, but we already have these programs somewhere. So yes, I would anticipate a quick back and forth dialogue once it's submitted, an ability to track it, but we will need to put a disclaimer just around if we collected 600 ideas up front, it is definitely going to take some time to process that through. So that's a good note just on that prototyping to add that layer in.
And I want to chime in with the notion of the word program. I have a real problem with the word program because it sounds so boxed and packaged and like a thing, like a noun. And to me, when communities really work together and teachers and community members work together to invent, it's messy and it's awkward and it's a co-constructivist approach. And it evolves unexpectedly into something that can be like we didn't imagine. So if we plug in IB or we plug in dual language or we plug in Avid, those are plugins. And I'm not convinced, frankly, that that's a marketing strategy that would draw me as a parent. So I'm cautious about the concept of programming and would like to invite us to think about the dialogue that's so rich and slow. Man, it's slow. and tedious, but if we can come in with an attitude of really wanting to unpack and work on what it is we want for kids and the experience they have in this AI, ever-changing world, and preparing for why is school different. I just really want to avoid, personally, I don't know that represents everybody's feelings, but in my work study approach, I'm thinking I want to be messy with where is education going and where is learning going, because we have kids that can do worksheets online and get grades and call it high school.
Yep.
And or alt ed, or there's no fixed method. So I'm cautious about over formulaic approaches, and I'll just yield at that. But I'd like to encourage us to drop the word program and think in terms of the construction of learning environments with our communities, with our teachers, with our students, because it's going to be so different in 2 years' time.
Yeah.
If we let it.
Sure. No, I so very much appreciate that feedback, and I think I heard a little bit of either a silent hum or a little bit of a hum behind me, because I think what you'll see and what we're bringing forward this evening,
sparking.
Right, they're sparking. They're like, yep, that's what she made us do. But really, talk about get messy, talk about really have those hard conversations. It was taking a concept, an idea, and really bringing some life to it, and that is exactly what this team is up to. So I thank you for that encouragement to continue to do that work. And we didn't say it would be easy in the beginning. We said we're gonna have to push each other hard. But what I think you'll be able to see tonight is some of the efforts of that hard work and collaboration really is bringing something forward that is responsive to our needs in Scottsdale, our students, and where we do wanna go. And so I do appreciate that.
Go ahead.
At the risk of de-snapping, I have a very formulaic question.
Yep, that's all right.
Which is, we compete in a marketplace.
We do.
There's a lot of signals in where our competitors are attracting students, be they charters or private schools. So to what extent has the committee had the opportunity to analyze our competitive market, the nature of their programs? I think it's great that we're inviting anyone with an idea to put it forward. I also think there's an opportunity to ground on just the reality that we see students going to basis, and they largely are in this part of Scottsdale. We're
Yep.
not serving math, accelerated math well enough there. Let's address that. So can you give us a little bit of a sense of, instead of outside in, how much internal work we're doing?
We're doing a significant amount of internal work. And so when we think about the concepts and what you'll see from these teams, there really is a start with us and see who are we serving, where are they, what are we up to, who are we missing in terms of proximity to similar types of options or those types of different concepts. But it is really starting within, thinking about what's out there, but also looking at the continuous enrollment of where are our kids, where are they traveling to. Both of these presentations will actually go over a little bit of tapping into markets we're not serving with children and how we're able to do some of that responsively. So it is a little bit of both and, because while we do want a full constructivist approach, we also know that sometimes programming labels or programming names are also draws. And so I think it's an analysis of what we're up to and making sure we're not duplicating our own efforts and only moving our internal folks around, but also thinking about who around us could we be capturing and serving in our system. Does that help a little bit?
Yes, I think so. Thank you.
Go ahead, Amy. Ms. Cardy.
All right, thank you. I just have a few questions on this. I'm not sure I'm fully understanding this pipeline. So where is this going to be hosted?
This will be hosted on the district website.
Like where on the website?
We have not fully decided that. It would be probably a homepage button, a button that you could click to submit an idea, definitely in like the Let's Talk dialogue areas. We'd probably want it at multiple entry points, because whenever somebody's in a different space of the website, we would definitely want it to be where they could see. And so that would be one method in which people could submit those ideas.
Okay, and I'm not sold that that's a good idea to have everyone putting in their random ideas. I don't know. I feel like there could be a lot of disappointment with that, right? Somebody, if I'm a parent, I want a screen-free school, something, a sports magnet, whatever it is, and I put it on there, then walk me through the process. I can go online and I can put my idea, and then what happens?
So then it would go through intake, which means the Spark team would do an initial review, looking at the quality indicators. Their initial idea would ask for them to describe some of those quality indicators. At that point, then we would look internally, is it a duplication of a program? Was it a new idea? Is it something that would draw? Looking also at places we ask our community and our families the types of academic opportunities they want. So we would look at the climate and culture survey. We would look at different ways we've sought that information to know, is this a viable and feasible? And so really it would be a quick triage of, actually, yes, this one would move to the next phase of studying, where we might put a smaller subset team together to do similar to what you'll see in just a few minutes. It may be this is a cool idea. We have multiple iterations of this already happening, and that results in an email to say, thank you so much, please go visit X, Y, or Z. We'll link you up so that you could see that in action.
Okay, I feel like this could be a lot of time. This could be a lot of time spent, and I feel like putting forward our ideas first, once they've been vetted and you've surveyed the community, right? You've already surveyed, you kind of have an idea of what parents are looking for.
Yep.
How many ideas are in the pipeline currently?
This is a prototype, so it's not live, but I would tell you within this school year, if I went to my email and our Let's Talk dialogues, I probably got 75 or 80 different ways in which people are trying to tell us. And so the team really thought about a way in which to create a funnel so that the community has a way in which they feel like telling us does something. Because some of what the feedback we get is, well, we've asked about this before, we've tried this before. And so that was really the intent in creating an intake process, was to consolidate where we're getting emails, Let's Talk dialogues, conversations in the grocery store, those types of things, and putting it in a central place where somebody could track their idea and what's happening to it, instead of just fingers crossing that whoever they talk to about it is bringing it forward somewhere. But I hear you in just the idea that we could get a lot quick, and it could then have an unintended consequence of people just sitting around feeling like, well, that didn't work either.
Yeah. I'm concerned about this myself. Are people able to comment on, say they see this and they're like, I really like that, the arts magnet or whatever it is. Is there a way for people to comment on an idea?
We didn't, because this is a prototype, there isn't a final product, but having a way where you could like it or star it or something like that is a novel idea to bring forward.
I feel like we should lead in this area on this, right? Because people can get overwhelmed with all the ideas out there, and I feel like we put forth really great different options that are viable, that we could do, and lead, and then let people comment or star or something from there. Maybe we start there. I don't know. I just feel like you're going to get inundated, and we're going to have to hire someone to handle this
We're
one thing.
inundated now, but I hear you, yeah.
That's my concern. So, and I'm all for giving people a voice. You know that.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm very
No, I
much
hear you. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate that
giving
feedback.
people a voice, but I really think we should lead in this area.
Well, it's not just feedback, it's a dialogue, it's a conversation about how will someone, I'm sorry, Amy, did I start that? Okay, how will someone champion what might be the nexus of an idea that evolves? And in my experience, the principle is key for a community dialogue that's localized. And it doesn't mean it couldn't happen off campus or be a new invented program that gets plunked in. It's just that I know that those leadership relationships are already in place, and they're the ones listening in the parking lot or at the front desk or in the hallways, and that's when the ricochet starts to happen. And yet principals are drowning in their responsibility and would need some help to learn how to lead and facilitate innovation and constructivist innovation. It takes a fierce amount of time. And so these possible task force at the micro level need to stay localized, in my humble opinion, as part of the dialogue. Not, I'm telling you as board president, thou shalt. I'm just saying as an experience, it really needs to be a nexus of energy with a champion. And where are the champions? They cannot be on a pipeline and a website. It's the champion of that human energy that gets 6 or 7 people going, right? It's 6 or 7 at a time. My thoughts.
Yeah, so I appreciate all of those thoughts. I would say that we need some level of way to capture these ideas in a systematic way to dissect them as a Spark team. So to your point of the human nature of it, these teams behind us that are the Spark team that would also be a part of triaging these ideas, well, that's what we did. And then we selected the top 2 ideas that rose to the surface. We broke into subgroups. Each subgroup has parents, principals, community members, staff members, and they got way into it and brought forward what that concept looks like. And so really the intake process is a response to an overwhelming, I mean, I'm sure you guys sat there and heard it, as did I. We had many people come to the dais in the fall as we were talking and contemplating ECHO and PIMA, giving us ideas, sharing their ideas. We want to be respectful of that and have a place for those ideas to land where they can see what's happening with them. But because it's a prototype, it's not set in stone, it's absolutely evolvable with that feedback of how could we collect comments, how could we get some more information on, besides us just thinking this is good energy, is there also other energy around it?
Did you have something you wanted to add, Mike? No,
So really, the next steps with this is to shift that prototype into website functionality. We'll bring your feedback and the conversation to the table, but we would like to do some sort of launching of these concepts and ideas. Getting to spend, I think now probably 40-plus hours with our Phase 2 committee. Now I'm on, I think, 8 hours after with our Coronado Learning Community. This is actually what our community is asking us for. They're asking us for ideas. They're asking to see where we're taking their ideas seriously or where we're at least considering them and putting them down. That's really the energy that drove a need to have some way we're transparently saying, we hear you, we're listening, but also there are going to be some things that's like, that's cool, but we're not now, right? And so that's really what we're trying to strike the just right balance. We plan this upcoming year to meet quarterly, long periods of time, and then these teams behind will say, we met maybe a few times, they met 1,000 times. Maybe 1,000 is underselling the amount of hours. Because the teams, when they get together to really do the concept design, spend a ton of time. And so we anticipate and hope to, in the 26-27 school year, work through another few options, additional programming concepts or ideas that really rise to the surface as a desire and a need of our community, whether it's an expansion, a novel idea, or a galleria of ideas all within a school.
I just have a question on, you did mention that you started with options in the committee. How many options did you start with before you narrowed it down?
We just listed tons and tons of different things.
Oh, just committee members were?
Yep, we did like sticky notes, and then we sort of trended and sourced them. Because the fine arts topic came so frequently to the dais in the fall, we felt like that one was really important. Also, our climate and culture survey will show year over year our families have high value for arts. They ask for more of it. And then that's what you would see also around the gifted and advanced academics. That was an idea that had been percolating from the team in the way in which we called it, but also when we sourced back to climate and culture and that specific question we asked this year, the types of programs you would seek, those I believe were the 2 highest responses.
Okay, so when you start the pipeline, can you not start with the main ideas that the committee
For
came
sure,
up
those
with
would be in
and-
there. It wouldn't start as a nothing.
Okay, so you'll start with all those main ideas
Yes.
that are viable in the district. All right.
But we just want to honor other ideas that we may not think of too. And so
Yeah.
that was really the place. But I appreciate the conversation. It's making me think too about could it become overwhelming?
I think it absolutely could, so I think we keep thinking on that one.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's worthy of that continuous back and forth because that part I haven't tackled before in terms of catching all of those ideas. Next up, I do want to invite some friends, and we are going to spend some time talking and taking you through and having conversations around these 2 design concepts that we are bringing forward as not fully baked because they don't have schools, they're not principals, we don't, but it's a concept baked enough that it would be ready for whatever is that next level and that next phase of planning. So up first will be Dr. Rand. She's our principal of Redfield. She's joining Sarah Torrione, who is our director of gifted and advanced academics.
All right. This is super exciting. What do I do? Just press the, there we go. Awesome. Good evening, Governing Board President Lewis, Vice President Sharkey, Governing Board members, Dr. Menzel, Gladys, and guests. I'm super excited to be presenting the incredible work of the Spark Gifted and Advanced Studies design team. This diverse team included district and school leaders, gifted specialists, teachers, and parent voice. And some of them are here today, so thank you. We did ground our work to start in by confronting a set of clear challenges that we know that we're facing: declining enrollment, strong external competition, limitations of master scheduling came up, uneven access to rigor, and misaligned placements. So that's kind of where we started. And as you can see, we serve thousands of gifted learners across Scottsdale Unified School District. And at the same time, the green dots are us and our school opportunities, and the blue are other competitive options that families may be choosing for perceived pathways.
Other competitive options outside of our SUSD options?
Correct.
I just can't read the small print.
Sorry, so those are just different. I'm going to click to the next one here. So really, when we were looking at that competitive landscape, we know families are seeking four things: rigor and strong peer relationships, acceleration and advantage, flexibility and personalization, as well as real-world relevance. What became clear to us, oh, what happened? Oh, sorry.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do we have any mechanism, and I mean, they're not our families anymore, but they're in our district. Do we have any mechanism of surveying families that have chosen schools other than Scottsdale, who live in Scottsdale? The 44%, the inverse of our capture rate. Do we have any?
The only mechanism we really would have would be any email addresses that are previously enrolled. So we could, that we use for exit surveys and those types of things, we could access those to get a better, use that contact information to get a better insight. In terms of general access to students not enrolled, their parent contact information, I don't know that we have a robust access to that type of communication back and forth.
We do have data on where we sent their records to, so we know the school to which they went.
We would, yes. I don't know that a school would provide that personally identifiable information to us upon request, but we could check.
Our school.
So are you saying?
We know at COCOPA X number of students who go on to Great Hearts or
Sure.
whatever. We would know they went there because we sent their records there.
We would know the number of kids that went there. I
Went
thought
to
you were asking,
anyone.
yes, I thought you were asking how we could get a hold of those parents to ask more about it.
So is there a version of that map where we understand more specifically which are the schools that are, particularly attracting Scottsdale students at a high rate? Do we know who our top competitors are?
Yes, and there on the previous slide, we did more or less list them. So Basis and Great Hearts is where we're seeing as our greatest competition for traditional
I
rigor
guess I'm
models.
asking, is that just based on our assumption or is that empirical?
I would say it's based on more on assumption, loosely on empirical, based on Dr. Bachna being able to say generally these are where the records go, but getting that precise information is something we can do.
Okay.
It's also in the demographic data. Those are the two that take the most number of inbound or SUSD students. So to get at the core of why they're choosing that, that's the information that we're making assumptions on. They are the two largest.
But that's where our students
yes.
are. We do know that. As a
That we
fact.
do know.
Thank you.
All right. When we were looking at this and looking at why potentially people are choosing other options, we really found that families aren't choosing a school, they're choosing amongst priorities. And no single model that we looked at actually brings them all together as one. So, like high expectations, a more accelerated model specifically, but they may also want the personalization, some flexibility in their programming, and that might not be available in one place, right? So they're choosing between, okay, well, I really want this classical traditional model, and I'm gonna have to give up, you know, my kid's also a competitive gymnast, and I need to, so I have to balance those priorities and choose what makes sense for my family.
Thank you.
Sarah,
Yes?
looking at the previous slide, you're saying no single option delivers all of these. I'm looking through and they don't seem that exclusive. Is there a particular rectangle or bullet point that, like, you're saying no one offers all three of these? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, like brings them all together. So that we really, is we were looking at these different opportunities that these other options provide. And like, they all seemed quite different. And what if, kind of our opportunity then is, could we really create something that integrated the rigor, the acceleration, flexibility, real world learning experiences, and build a model that kind of hits all of those, so families aren't choosing amongst their top priority. Does that kind of sort of make sense? I mean, we were like in this dream big.
Yeah, I mean, like, going back to the previous slide, like, I think of a basis, and I'm like, what's basis? And I'm not a proponent or opponent of basis, but what is it missing on these?
The flexibility, like project-based. I mean, it may provide some of these things. We do often get those kids that don't fit that traditional model coming back to us.
And that's sometimes what we hear when people return from what they viewed as a truly rigorous, we left for the high expectations and the rigor of basis, and they may have felt that they lost out then on some of the more well-rounded types of education, which we know we can see through project-based learning, some of the inquiry-driven models. And so we are hearing and seeing from families that they're having to choose one or the other. Like, if I want this path where I can accelerate at my own pace, I may then have to give up being able to go to art class regularly. It's those types of choices that some of the other competitors we are up against are more singular in their offering. We're hoping to, this concept is aimed at designing where you can have the best of all worlds, but still through the lens of advancing quickly.
Thanks.
Yeah, so we really wanted to incorporate them into one magnet school type model that expands access, that keeps families that are looking for these things in SUSD, and then hopefully attracts new families. So we did come up with a founding vision and mission, but I'm going to move into, just due to time, because we were put on a time limit, because we're very passionate about this, and we could go on all night long. So we did focus on 3 critical design questions: who this school serves, how it works operationally, and how it aligns with state requirements. So that's kind of how we focused our work initially. This program was designed to serve students who learn quickly and deeply, who crave challenge and autonomy, and who benefit from flexible pacing and intellectual peers. And this really includes both the traditionally identified gifted student as well as advanced students with potential.
Sarah?
Yeah.
So I have a mental model in mind, going back to Ms. Mitchell started with the dedicated specialty school, school-wide specialty. So I don't know, maybe it's not there yet, but is this more like a Cheyenne or more like an MSA? Is that, just so I know what you're describing?
I think the way that each of the teams developed their concepts would really be able to be implemented in any of those three models.
Okay, so that's
And
not
so
part of it.
if we found that we had the level of interest to do a boundaryless dedicated and could fill it, that would be the more of the movement. If we wanted to start smaller with a school within a school and grow from there, that's would be an opportunity. And so each one is really through the lens of if we started small within a school, if we used one of our residential boundary schools and it was everybody, or if it became boundaryless, and really based on the energy of these, where we end up with all of the things that are happening, that would help drive some of what might be considerations moving forward.
We also looked at who this program was not for, just to prevent any mismatch, because it's not a traditional acceleration model. It's not about more worksheets and grade skipping, more homework. It's more than that. And the team also found it important to ensure that we weren't designing school around one single version of a gifted learner. Enrollment was a big consideration and conversation. We did come to that all students would apply through a readiness-based process that ensured program fit, access to acceleration, enrichment, and advanced coursework within a competency-based model. But we also wanted to make sure that there were multiple pathways so that we could expand access, and those pathways would be gifted identification, advanced performance, and strengths-based review. So no single score will determine placement because acceleration is based on demonstrated mastery. All right, here we go. Sorry. The program structure and how it's organized. So the school model was really built around 5 key models. You'll see or 5 key pillars. Those are on the left-hand side. The first one being competency-based progressions, so really about mastery focus, not seat time dependent, and readiness-based, not age-based. The second key was flexible multi-age groupings with specific acceleration windows for structured acceleration and compacting of curriculum opportunities. We also found it important to have real-world integration and embedded service learning. That's embedded into the core. It's not loosely based, project-based activities. Each experience will be standards-driven, standards-aligned, competency-driven, and the results in validated evidence of learning. Really important is that advanced academic identity and well-being. We built this model around to support the whole child with really strong advisory component. And lastly, learning is demonstrated through portfolios, exhibitions, and capstones, not just grades. So what it means operationally, and we'll kind of look through that in a bit, but it means that the students are grouped by readiness, they move based on mastery, and they're able to experience acceleration and belonging throughout the day.
So that, I love the concept. The competency-based and the flexible grouping and the multi-age, right, you're talking one-room schoolhouse kind of thing, has a significant impact on facility schedules, like where they are. And so like, this is an all-in model, like where it really is, it almost going back to my previous question, this doesn't seem like a small school within a school. Like this requires a lot of logistics. Is that what I'm hearing by the model that you're putting forward?
Yes, and potentially no if it were like an offshoot and operating kind of independently, let's say in a building that wasn't being used completely on an existing campus that was able to operate a different bell schedule and master schedule,
And
potentially.
you're tracking different schedules, and right, if someone's on competency, right, somebody is here while someone's still back here, that even starts to break our, you're in school for 12 years kind of model.
Yep. If it were to start as a school within a school model, it would be a pretty encapsulated, likely school within a school model, likely dedicated staff to that model, and because it would require a different scheduling mechanism. It would be sort of similar to how we run our comprehensive gifted programs now. Those offer and operate in a multi-age programming model, but they're right now exclusive to one type of kid. And I think that's where we're seeing is the opportunity to expand beyond that. But you are right, to get to a full school where everybody's fully living and breathing this, it would likely need to be an all-in type of thing once there's either proof of concept or proof of interest.
So I'm also very excited by this, particularly having a competency-based mastery kind of option in the district. That said, none of this is inconsistent with each other, but like in tech, there's sort of the notion of how many miracles do you have to believe will happen for a product to be successful? You know, every product you need at least one miracle, sort of product market fit. Sometimes you need to have like 2 miracles. We get product market fit, you know, and the government rolls back this regulation, which makes this possible. This feels like a multi-miracle school, by which I mean we're trying to do many different things all at once, each of which on their own is exciting and none of which are inconsistent. But I do worry a little bit that they then overload the complexity of executing it in whole. So it's just more of like an antenna, because I can't say the thing that's tipping it, but like the service learning is not inconsistent with competency-based, but it's also not necessarily part of competency-based. It's just also a thing that we think is a good attribute to have in a school. So I might just think a little hard about kind of what's the core hardest thing that we're gonna need to crack, and how many other hard things can we crack in addition to that one, if I'm,
Right.
yeah.
No, I understand. I mean, the team was really solid on those 5 principles, and we hope to maybe be able to show you what that might look like. Think it's doable, but
We've also
I
been through
understand.
individualized education thinking and different times of what are the menus a particular kid would like to go through, or what's the choice that would help them show their creative side, or what's the choice that would show their, their ability to rally their buddies around an idea and show their leadership skills. I mean, there's all sorts of attributes missing in this list. Not that it couldn't be easily fit in, well, not easily, but the complexity of planning around the child's interests and strengths is such an appeal.
We have a plan.
Okay, go.
I would also just, when we think about the miracle of miracles, I would agree that's definitely power-packed. I think we're positioned in Arizona differently and uniquely through the language of our instructional time model, also through the option to have a competency-based diploma. And so we really are nestled in a statutory situation that reduces some of the barriers you might experience in other places for trying to accomplish this. But it would be a drastic change from school as we know it, which I think fundamentally would need a...
I think I'm saying something maybe a little bit differently. I'm all on board on different from school as we know it. It's just how many hard things can we do all at once? And do we really believe that all of these are core design principles? So for example, 1, 2, and 5 all logically relate to each other. 3 and 4 are also great. I don't know that if you grabbed a competency-based program, you would also always see those other 2. And they also individually are hard, right? I could imagine to stand up a different model of student support is difficult, to stand up the kind of embeddedness of engaged learning. And, so it might be a comment that's more about order of operations, like there's a phase 1 and then we want to further differentiate, but it just struck me as multiple really hard things that we're all trying to do at once, and that can be awesome, but it also can be a sign that like everybody put in their part, the thing that they think would also be great, and then it kind of collapses on its own weight. So I don't know, it's just food for thought.
Thank you for that. Okay, I'm not going to go into all of these specifically. For time, I would love to, though. But really quickly on the competency-based progressions, we would make sure that we clearly define what those are. have multiple forms of evidence and calibrate the expectations across the classrooms. We've got the flexible grouping, that embedded service learning, which really, just as a quick example, can show how students would engage in that, not having it necessarily be something different, but something intentionally incorporated into the core instruction through standards-aligned projects that are important to the kids. So it kind of gives some examples of some themes and how that could be naturally integrated into the learning that's happening in the classroom. For that advanced academic identity and well-being, I kind of am seeing how 3 and 4 could be subsets, kind of those pillars, but really making sure that it's an inclusive culture and that we're really supporting the whole child. But specifically for our twice exceptional learners, I just wanted to point out that we were really thinking through that as we were developing it and making sure that the supports are embedded so that gifted and advanced students never have to choose between support services and necessary challenge, which sometimes happens in our traditional models. And then, of course, the evidence and exhibitions through the work that they're doing would lend itself to have an impact portfolio at the end of their time within this model. So I'm going to pass it to Dr. Rand, principal of Redfield, to really try to bring this to life and share a little bit more of how this would actually look in practice. You want to switch?
Yes, perfect. Okay, so a typical day includes advisory, 2 mastery blocks, pathway studios or passion labs, and flexible time for support or extension. Instruction is personalized but fully aligned to standards and accountability requirements. We'll get a little bit more into that.
Sorry, can you go back?
Sure, of course.
The blue caught my eye.
The blue,
Arizona
yes.
Policy I just don't want to skip that. An innovation guide. I don't know what those are.
Yeah, well, we explicitly connected the flexibility because as we were talking and coming up with it as a group, it was like, is this even doable? Like, are we going to meet the minutes? Are we going to meet and so that was one of the things we really needed to look at. And the permission is already granted in Arizona policy through the permission granted publication.
I didn't know that.
So that really is speaking to like the miracle of miracles. A lot of the initial roadblocks is like, what about seat time? What about minutes? What about diploma? What about credits? What about time at school and away from school? So that permission granted, the policy primer and then the brief really go in depth and list, here are the state statutes, here's the State Board of Education policy that already says you can do this. And so that is a little bit of a gift for us, more than a little bit, a lot of a gift to have it distilled down into really key areas in which you can innovate within this state that's already nestled in our statutes and our policies. It's very unique in Arizona, at least from my experience, to be able to accomplish some of these things. And that document that really distills it all down and gives us direction, like permission granted, think bold, think big, is really the call here.
It was a huge eye-opener to us as a Spark team because we're like, we want to do all these things. These are amazing. This is what we need from our students that are in this program, but how can we do it? And so it started a lot of discussion. It kind of delayed our process until this opened up, and we thought, oh my gosh, we can do this. So a day in the life of a student, I'm going to walk you through maybe a more realistic experience. In the morning, students are building structured independence and ownership of their day. We know gifted students may need to come together, manage themselves, organize, really work through being students independently, followed by skill-based mastery block. Then a second mastery block is where the interdisciplinary learning comes to life with depth, application, and choice. Then we have a lunch, and it provides an additional opportunity for interest-based social connections. It's one thing that we've learned, and I myself as a principal of a campus with highly gifted students, we felt to be really important to provide maybe more structured opportunity for socializing, because we can get kind of embedded into what we're doing only, but providing those social connections as well during lunchtime. And then after lunch, students will participate in pathways or passion labs. You can think of those as maybe Genius Hour or electives, but electives that are embedded and take us through a pathway that students are interested in. Students choose a pathway by quarter or maybe semester. And then the passion labs, students are learning how to use their strengths to solve problems, create, and make an impact. And then flexibility was a priority to the team while developing this schedule, and that's a little bit about what we've been talking about, is really having that opportunity for students. Our students who would maybe fit this model best oftentimes are very well-rounded, or they're very competitive. They have something else that they're doing outside of the day, and we want to make sure that we are making it available to all students, but we're also not keeping them at school the entire time if they need something else to do. So what we would do is provide a time release model. So flex time, support, extensions, reflections, or the opportunity to leave for competitive extracurriculars, which this is allowable. Altogether, are we there? Oh, yes. Altogether, we have created a system where students who learn differently are finally matched to how they learn. And you can see some different ideas here, different ways that students might work together. The 2E, but also a gifted student does not have to leave public school to be challenged. And we want to make sure, and we know this in SUSD, that we have these models, but this is an additional model all day, every day, being challenged. And then example pathways. We aim to offer robust pathways from engineering to civic leadership, intentionally aligned to SUSD high school pathways.
And these are ideas would be, I think, fully vetted based upon the group of people that we were starting with, but
Needs and how.
intentionally aligning them to our SUSD schools.
And then also supported by active partnerships with universities, community colleges, and industry partners. I mean, we have everything around us in Scottsdale. So these connections extend learning beyond the classroom. And then by 8th grade, not only will they have mastered algebra, but students will have worked in real labs, built portfolios, presented publicly, developed a clear pathway into SUSD high schools and beyond. And I'm going to give it back to Sarah.
Okay, we're going to switch again. All right. So these are some initial success indicators, not going to go fully in depth, but we would measure success in 3 phases, kind of that initial implementation to advanced readiness to the long-term sustainability and system impact. And then, there we go. We would need, went too fast. Staffing, so leadership and specialized instructional staff. We do have a lot of specialized teachers currently for that. Oh, wrong way. Okay, and then we did determine high-level budget priorities. Most of those would fall in the investment of professional development, program design, and development, and then some materials, minor facility adjustments potentially, and marketing. And also some work in the development of policies and systems, specifically adopting a competency to grade translation, guidance with the teaching and learning team prior to launching, and then making sure that we have clear admissions and equity policies in place. We did look, we completed kind of an analysis through a gifted lens about consideration of all of the learning communities, but really final placement we know will balance access, enrollment impact, and alignment with the existing pathways that we currently have. That wasn't our job. And next steps would really be to confirm the scope and direction so that we could finalize design and build and recruit and prepare to launch. And lastly, I just have to say, like, this wasn't just a school. I mean, this was really cool. Not only did we find it to be strategically, like a strategic and sustainable response to some of the challenges that we face, but really ultimately, and most important, to my passion is the opportunity to meet unique needs for our exceptional learners in really new and exciting ways. So, thank you.
Yeah, first let me say again, thank you. I mean, we hear over and over again, you know, why isn't the district doing more to investigate and design programs that are responsive to kind of the competitive environment, what families are choosing from. So it's exciting to see one that is as innovative as this. I guess I have one final question. We want to grow enrollments. Inevitably, any program will also redistribute our existing enrollments. And I didn't see in that first rubric, which was more about quality indicators, I didn't see any kind of scoring of sort of existing school impacts, you know, and particularly with gifted, I tend to think about peer effects. Like, you know, if you end up with a disproportionate number of gifted students leaving schools to go to one school, does it sort of impoverish the rest of those schools and their learning environments? So how do we think a little bit about, how do you score that? And is that part of our process?
Great question. Thank you so much for bringing that forward. Considering where current students are sitting and what they're engaging in is part of the quality indicators, but in a more clear fashion, I think we could improve there. When we think about gifted and advanced education, you're right, we serve in lots of different continuum here. We have had conversations around if we were to do that, would principals freak out because their highest achieving students all leave, or those types of things. There would absolutely be unintended consequences that in the next phase of planning we would have to mitigate against, because I do and could see the benefit, but also what could be the detriment of a peer group never having other peers that aren't in their exact same group around them all the time.
Yeah, and their test scores go down at that school because the selection effect of who's leaving, and
So two things. One is a sort of follow-on comment. You know, in addition to the numbers moving, it's almost like the risk of a class system. Like there's the gifted and then there's the gifted. And, you know, what does that do from a family choice and perception? And so, you know, the 2,700 kids we have dispersed all around, right? What does this do from a classification perception if there is this sort of magnet? And so I know you guys know that, but I think that's really interesting.
yeah, no, please.
No, go ahead.
And I would say that's where, like, not to argue against the too many miracles, but the competency, there's enough that's different that if I have a gifted kid, I might not choose to go to this program. I don't know that it necessarily comes off as, at least I didn't take it to be kind of the uber gifted, because it's also so different in being competency based and
Which
the
is
way
a lot of
things
its brand,
are
right? If you
grouped and-
call it a gifted magnet, you
might have more of that risk if it's a competency program.
Advanced. Gifted and advanced. So it wouldn't have to just be for gifted students, but
Well, I think
students
we're
that are
saying something
advanced
different,
learners.
which is you might have less arbitrage, you know, less cannibalization if you lean into the competency side than the,
Absolutely.
than the gift.
And I would simply add, if we omitted the phrase gifted, there's not anything on here that I wouldn't think would be great for our kids,
Right, absolutely.
all of our kids. So I might just pluck that phrase right out
Okay.
and still focus on advanced, accelerated, creative, innovative, project-based. All those ideas were fantastic, and an average Joe would be really great there, too.
Yep, absolutely.
You know, last thing I'll say, first of all, just thank you very much. Love the depth of this, love how thought out the pieces were. From a competency standpoint, if that really is the linchpin of this, which, you know, I think is something we can strive for, having some commentary on AI and how it impacts that. 20 years ago, you know, the key to competency is assessment, right? There's no way you get around that it's intrinsically tied. 20 years ago, it was hard to do. And granted, mine's at the higher ed level, not at the K-12 level. But assessing competency in order, right, if you do it poorly, it becomes just a check mark and you wrote a paper, go to the next thing. Now with generative AI, assessment is so much more challenging. And if assessment is now the linchpin to this thing, that puts a challenge. So I think going forward, having some commentary on how that impacts, because I don't see how we do this without having a statement on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm not done. Thank you. A few overarching questions I have. How many students do you believe that you could bring to the district with this model? I mean, have you?
I mean, we didn't talk specifically about the number of children we think we could bring. That initial map showed the partners that we think are being serviced in other places. What we know around our gifted population, we have 400 or 500 students we do already serve from other places, and we would anticipate that as that number plus more, because we know folks do leave for a more magnet-style experience. But in terms of the actual numbers of children, I think in the initial planning year in phase 2, we would want to build it up to like a 750, 800 student K-8 type of model.
Okay, and then where are you seeing this as a best fit, this model?
How do you mean where? Like where in location, where in?
Yeah, I think that really matters. I mean, where do you see this being a best fit? Like in an Echo Canyon school, in a school within a school? Like, where do you see this working best?
I think that in order to capitalize on the full competency-based model, having your own school really truly does remove some of the additional barriers with staffing. And so I do think over time we would see it in its own school. I think when they did their analysis, and I don't want to speak for you guys, but we looked at the lens of every learning community, thinking about what drives people's choices. So sometimes it's close to freeways, where we already are serving lots of those types of children, where there isn't another option in closer proximity. And so within each learning community, there are actually areas in which we would consider or say, like, this area may be better over this specific area. But it's really around, if we're asking people to come to Scottsdale, can they get here easily? Can they access before and after care if they needed it? And what schools are currently serving that type of lens?
Okay, thank you.
I think we're going backwards instead of we're going backwards.
This is such a good, big beginning for us, so we look forward to hearing more later. And thank you all so very much for all you did to prepare for this evening. Great job.
Thank you.
Now you guys are going to have to click. Go, 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 go.
Click, click, click. All right, we are now at.
Now we are at Visual and Performing Arts.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so I also appreciate the conversation and dialogue, but we are halfway through the first presentation. And I'm so pleased to invite these friends up who are going to talk about the visual and performing arts concept.
We don't want to sing, no. Thank you.
We did?
We did, actually. And we matched much better than we thought. She just said wear turquoise, and I only have 2 turquoise tops, so I was like, eh. But thank you, Board President Lewis, Vice President Sharkey, board members, Dr. Menzel, Gladys, and everyone here for the opportunity for Nan and I to share the dream school that we wanted our children to go to. I do want to preface that this particular plan you'll see is a full school model. Should it be decided that you want a school within a school, modifications would need to be made for it to be fiscally viable. Okay. So I want to take a moment to talk about this amazing team, which we do have like a nice group of them here. We started with 8 members and added 10 additional partners and community members that brought so much passion and visionary ideas, and so diverse that actually this went beyond what I had envisioned and turned into something that we all consider quite special. So now we're going to take you to like our vision and mission. So I want you to imagine a school where creativity drives excellence for all, where the arts are central to how every child learns, grows, and discovers their potential, empowering students to think critically and collaboratively. Together with families and community partners, we will cultivate confident creators and learners who understand their voice matters and their ideas have power. So why an arts magnet? Scottsdale Unified can establish themselves as an educational innovator, a nationally recognized, professionally accredited program where arts drive academic excellence, not distract from it. Families seeking rigor and creativity with specialized programming, distinctive learning environments, and genuine educational choice, demonstrating that exceptional schools don't choose between excellence and artistry, they integrate them. So why now? We're representing a unique educational opportunity for SUD, combining cutting-edge programming, deep community roots, and world-class infrastructure. This compelling visual and performing arts model will distinguish us as an increasingly competitive landscape. So I'm going to pass it to my incredible partner now.
We had a good time. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. And the team was just amazing. It was such an incredible experience. But I'm going to walk you through, just visualize with me, and if you can just think about, if you were going to go on a tour of this school, this is what you would see. So, oh, thank you. I'll let you click because you're so good at this. So every child is going to participate in a comprehensive arts program. It's going to be visual arts, music, theater, dance, and design. We will have rigorous core instruction, but also we're going to have arts integration. So arts will be woven into the lessons in the general ed classroom, and this combining those art concepts with the core skills, creating that. So we can give you all sorts of examples of how that works. Every child will have a capstone project, whether they're doing my first exhibition in kindergarten, or making a video in 4th grade, or even 8th grade. I am an entrepreneur and learning about project management and project design, which my husband told me is actually a degree at Carnegie Mellon. So there we go. We'll get our kids right ready to go to Carnegie Mellon. This is going to allow these children to really discover their potential. As you walk into a general ed classroom, you're going to see children who are thoroughly engaged. They're going to be combining those arts. They're going to use constructivism and project-based learning. It's going to be hands-on, that inquiry, design. Our lessons are going to be purposeful, and there's going to be a lot of choices. So this will be what you see. So I hope you enjoyed this tour, this visual tour of our school, because it's going to be amazing. Now, here's how we're going to do it.
So how are we going to do it? So we'll reach new audiences through a scaled approach, leveraging existing infrastructure, community connections, and impactful partnerships, with comprehensive marketing strategy focused on families and seeking both artistic excellence and academic rigor. All decisions will be grounded in fiscal responsibility, maximizing resources, securing sustainable funding, and ensuring that our investment in this program yields exceptional returns for our students, families, and the whole Scottsdale as a whole. So you may have seen this image before. So the wonderful Natalie Marsh over there, I'm going to give her, she's my Scottsdale arts partner in crime. We went and pulled up the SUSD schools, and then we looked at every charter and private school around. And these are the numbers of the largest enrolled and that we were able to find online. So if you look, we're looking at just under 5,000 students that are choosing around SUSD schools and not SUSD schools. So I did tour ASA,
Okay.
but they're not on this particular. This is just in our Scottsdale borders, yes. So our target school enrollment, we're hoping for 750 students, 450 of those being elementary and 300 middle, but that's not a locked-in number. Why this number? It's for sustainable operations. Comprehensive art programming, establishing a creative community. That'll allow us the funding to do all the really great things that we need to do. So our scaled approach. Year 0, we'll lay the groundwork. We'll listen to the community, secure our site, hire a visionary leader, and forge powerful partnerships that will shape our Arts Academy. So over the next 4 years, starting with year 1, we'll focus on foundational practices, building culture and perfecting our model, building momentum through early success stories, allowing us to demonstrate measurable impact with establishing operational excellence and community trust essential for sustainable growth. So you'll notice we started with a low number to start off. Not sure what that'll be, and ultimately building each time. So when you talk about leveraging existing infrastructure, by converting and repurposing an existing SUSD school building, we avoid cost and delays of new construction while maximizing our fiscal responsibility. This strategic use of current infrastructure allows us to invest resources directly into exceptional programming, partnerships, and teaching talent. So Arts Magnet School is proud to partner with these incredible arts organizations, and these are all confirmed, by the way, each bringing specialized expertise, professional mentorship, and impact-driven artistic experiences for our students. Connecting learners with working artists, authentic creative experiences, performances, and exhibition opportunities, and engaging with vibrant arts ecosystem that makes the city of Scottsdale exceptional. So competitive, did I go too far?
You're on the right one,
Okay.
comprehensive marketing. Can I
Okay.
ask a question while we're here,
Yes.
please? Thank you. So committed partners, would that also lend itself to financial?
In some ways, yes. So financially, in like similar for Scottsdale Arts, we kind of have a match. We do like Title IV funding, and they match us with funding that they get. It could also be they supply an artist in residency for us. It could be that they bring like Arizona Ballet. When I talk to them, it would be residencies that they come. So they wouldn't actually maybe financially be giving us dollars, but they'd be giving us their time and partnering with us in that way. So every single partnership will have a different thing that'll help support it, if that makes sense.
But we could take dollars from them or any other organization, or?
It would
no?
have to go through like a gifting process and be cleared by our CFO to make sure that we follow appropriate guidelines, right? Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So our marketing strategy begins with foundational branding, a logo, website, social media, and compelling promotional video that showcases our vision, ensuring that our messaging resonates authentically with families and builds genuine excitement for the Arts Academy arrival. Our operating cost is all SUSD
Can I-
schools. Oops, sorry.
So I have a question on marketing.
Yes.
I understand that 750 is sort of the target to be, operationally efficient. Why do we believe there are 750 students who want to go to a arts magnet school in Scottsdale?
That's a great question. A little bit of it, when we talked about Arizona School for the Arts, we do lose some there. And they choose to leave for middle school, and many of them come back for high schools because they want that comprehensive high school. So my hope is that we would recapture that. And then there is a lot of people in the community that want to have that arts opportunity. So I'm hoping that maybe some of those 5,000 that we're missing out on, well, if we do attractive marketing to start pulling them back in, I think they'll be excited about the programming options, because our hope is when these kids leave in 8th grade, I want them to do a visual art performing arts pathway, but they may choose a technical education pathway, all of that. So we're going to try to prep them to be successful in whatever they choose.
Got it. I mean, what's interesting about this compared to the other, the other is, again, multiple ideas, competency-based, high academic rigor. Not the competency-based, but the rigor and gifted. Arguably, there are many schools kind of in our area that are trying to position themselves to that persona of a family.
Yes.
And so there's two ways to think about that. One is there are students there, and if we, and they're in our enrollment zone, and so we could probably name and find those students. The flip side is we have to be really differentiated if we're going to give them a reason to leave. Here, to my knowledge, there isn't an arts academy nearby.
No.
So on the one hand, it then becomes challenging to say, well, we know because there are, 7 schools like this. But then the flip side is we're counter-positioned better because there isn't that local competition.
Right.
I do think, in general, being able to ground, Leah, this process in data about our families and what schools they at least most recently attended when they left becomes really important, because we're going to want to build personas of the type of family that we think this type of school would attract. And we're going to ultimately want to be able to then, count those personas and say, we're reasonably confident if we're able to convert 15% of families of this persona who were in Scottsdale schools and left, then we'd be at this number. Again, it's a little harder with arts because there, aren't as many options, but.
We also did do a study of all the top arts programs around. And this particular program we've created, there's no one that has all of what we have planned. And I think the capstones could be a big delineator. I think parents will really like to see that their child every single year will have a capstone. And the entrepreneurial, which Mr. Rose brought to us, I believe is really wonderful, because it impacts all your financial responsibility, marketing plans. They have to come up with a whole design plan. They have to work with a team. They're going to have to sell it. They're going to have to present it. So I think it's real. We're very excited, as you can tell. But.
And I guess just the same question I asked, have you thought about the loss to other schools of this type of student in their ability to maintain marching bands and concerts? And I guess this is pre-high school,
Yeah,
so
so
it's
this
a
would
little
be up to 8th
less of
grade.
a concern.
Yeah, I mean, there could be, especially for those kids that really want to excel in arts. Plus, none of our middle schools offer dance. Or maybe it's a school that we don't offer theater. They might choose, but it could happen there, but I don't foresee it being incredibly impactful.
For this model, I less have to be convinced of the structure. I think you guys, it's a little more of a known entity. You guys have talked about this and done a lot of work, and so I'm less concerned about the structure. It's more on the viability. I appreciate the 4-year plan on there. I think that we absolutely have to look at that kind of thing. Like Ms. Carney said, right, the funding is a great thing because that essentially extends your runway, right? The more you can get that funding, that sort of offsets, your need for students, but at the end of the day is, whether it's 4 years or even more, like what's our ceiling? Are there enough students to sustain this on an ongoing basis? Because again, I don't think we need to tweak the model. I think we have the expertise there. It's just that, is there a market, period? And so not looking for an answer right now, but I know, ironically, looking at an arts is much more of a financial lens on it to see if it makes sense. So that's kind of what's floating through my head as I go through this.
Absolutely, yeah. So when we're talking about operating costs, of course, SUSD invests in their teachers, facility maintenance, materials, consumables, and technology. Our Arts Academy will have additional funding needs for specialized professional development to ensure our educators master arts integration and stay current with evolving creative practices, and an investment in strategic marketing to build awareness of this program across the greater community of Scottsdale. So a little bit of what we were talking about there. Revenue streams, similar to public schools, there's the per pupil funding. We'll additionally plan on leveraging revenue streams which include competitive grants, corporate sponsorships, ticket revenue, parent organization funding, and philanthropic support through, we have proposed an Arts Magnet Advisory Board, which would be a lot of our founding partners to sustain and expand this exceptional programming. Our foreseen year zero cost, startup investments would need to happen would be conversions to create a black box theater, dedicated dance studio, recording studio, makerspace, and a digital media lab. These purpose-built spaces create a distinctive learning environment our Arts Academy needs to support our vision and mission. So when we start looking at our potential school matrix, as a team, we agree to look at for a strategically located school near major freeways, making it accessible to families across the greater Scottsdale area, take a critical advantage as we work to recapture students currently choosing charter or private outside of our district. We need a building with flexible open layout. Existing multi-purpose spaces are ideal candidates for a conversion, requiring less extensive build-out and significantly lower renovation cost.
I've got a question on that, please. I know originally we were talking about Echo Canyon for this model. Is that still an option, or?
Echo Canyon, the restriction of Echo Canyon is the amount of parking spaces and limited room numbers. So could this model work? Yes, but I think we'd have to maybe look at a smaller grade band for us to have those art spaces and students to be viable. So maybe we look at more of like a 4-8 model instead of a K-8 model. So it could work. It would just need to be kind of adjusted, if that makes sense.
Because I know that location was exciting to everyone in the beginning, right? So close
Right.
to Old Town and everything. So, okay, thank
Right.
you.
Thank you. Good question.
Have you looked at OMA, Opening Minds Through the Arts?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Yes. And Tucson?
That's one of the places, but
Yes.
it's nationwide, and I just, it sounds very aligned.
Yes, that's more of a residency program instead of a full school model, but absolutely, it's a great program. So our success indicators, we will measure success through a comprehensive framework that captures the full picture of our impact on student achievement in academics and the arts, the quality of teaching practices, and meaningful family engagement and overall strength of programming. Why this school will succeed. Our Visual and Performing Arts Magnet School will not be an enrichment school. It will be an academically rigorous, standard-based school, sorry about that, incorporating arts integration with project-based learning and constructivism, where students will think deeply, create boldly, and lead confidently. We will also pursue dual accreditation through Magnet Schools of America and the Art School Network to establish national recognition and ensure our programming meets the highest standards of arts education. And now I'm going to pass it to this amazing lady that will introduce this next part.
You have to bring it up. So they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. So we created a longer video to kind of passion video. So this is the shortened version. Are they doing it? Time.
Are students
can you hear
dancing on
me? I'm sorry.
cafeteria tables? I really hope students are dancing on cafeteria
Uh,
tables.
You know
Am I
what?
the only one that has that mental image of it?
That'll work. I was going to wear a costume, but they told me I couldn't, so we kind of did, yes.
You notice it might be the theming color?
Yeah.
Imagine a school where the arts aren't an extra. Imagine a school where the arts aren't an extra. They're part of every day. Where students explore music, visual arts, dance, theater, writing, photography, and design. Through arts integration, creativity deepens learning across every subject and showcases their growth through performances, partnering with real-world artists, and annual capstone projects. Students choose specialized arts pathways, leading to our comprehensive arts programs in our high schools. You don't have to imagine this. It's here. Scottsdale Arts Academy is a magnet like no other.
That's okay. We're just in dialogue phase. Any final comments from the board?
I've got some.
Additional comments. And we have some from Ms. Carney.
I've got some. Well, I love the model. I've loved it from the beginning, just how do we make this work in Scottsdale? Question on the academic rigor. You talked about that many times. In district curriculum alignment, does this mean you would be going with the traditional model curriculum or the standard curriculum?
Great question. So we will, let's take for instance our CKLA curriculum, which we've already been working with our arts integration specialist. We'll be activating that curriculum using arts integration. Or I could take, say, shadow puppetry. So we're going to use the ELA standards. We're also maybe lock in social studies standards. Students will be writing a play. They'll also use science, light, and fraction. So as you see, like, this curriculum will have cross standards. Students will be creating and learning using multiple. So we're hoping making more connections and remembering it. So they're not learning on that tier 1, 2 level. They're actually going to DOK 3 and 4 level where they're using that knowledge. They're understanding that knowledge. So when they take that test, it's not, do I remember how to answer it? I know how to answer it because I know what that formula is for. I know what that means, if that makes sense. So yes, we do use a district curriculum and we will follow aligned standards, but we're gonna do it in a very creative approach where they won't be just maybe doing ELA every day, but they'll be doing ELA with social studies, with science, all together, if that makes sense.
Yep. And then how will we strengthen our high school creative arts programs? I'm just gonna give an example because I had met with a parent who was looking for a high school, went to, Arcadia was one of them, that was their home school, and they're going to Horizon because there's no choir. Right, or, so are we going to also strengthen some of our high school programs so that we keep our students
Yes.
in high school? I think that would be important as
I
well.
mean, that would be the ultimate goal. I will say that the plan would be for this to be a borderless school, so should a child be choosing the vocal arts, they could choose to go to a school that fits them more. But absolutely, the hope is that when we start building stronger artists, then of course that will lead into stronger high school groups and probably excite a lot of those high school directors.
Yeah, I think that's something we would want to look at strengthening if we were to do this model. Question on, so how will this differ from the Arizona School for the Arts outside of the capstone that you talked about? Why would, someone choose your school over an established art school?
Okay, so I have to be honest, I might have toured the school under disguise. So I'll just be transparent. So number one, we have certified teachers teaching a district-adopted curriculum. They had 0 certified teachers and no adopted curriculum. So academically, like, incredible. And then when I went to the performing arts spaces, I will say they did have some residencies. That Arizona Ballet residency was quite exceptional, but I feel very confident that what we can provide in SUSD will keep them here. So.
Okay. Awesome. And last question I have is are you coordinating at all with the Phase 2 committee on this? Is there any crossover at all so they know what
I'm happy to
ideas are
answer
on the
that.
table?
Yeah.
So there are members of the Phase 2 committee that are also members of Spark. We are trying to keep those more or less separate. It is not up to the Phase 2 committee to make an analysis of different models and also in that same conversation tackle, well, what if we would do these? But for example, in the survey, we surveyed over all the families in Phase 2. We got over 1,000 responses, but based on some of the work of this committee, there were questions intentionally aligned in that parent feedback survey to gain additional insight into what would we like to see, what do we want more of, and so to some of your points and responses of how do we know what people want, this year we were a little more covert in probably some of the surveying with climate and culture, like what programs would you like? I think there's an opportunity for us to be really explicit in some of our next iterations, but because of the overlap with members of Spark also in Phase 2, we were able to bring forward ways in which we could understand the needs of the community and the desires of them that way.
Okay, I'm glad you brought up the survey because I've been wondering, has the board received the survey feedback on these different models yet or not?
We have not sent the feedback. That is actually something we talked about today, is getting ready. It's very dense and trying to find the best way to send it to each of you. But that's our intention actually within the next week, is to give to you by group, stakeholder group, families, community, staff, but also then by school. So all the families, community, and staff at Anasazi, Desert Canyon, all of those. And so we have it in multiple ways to send to you. And then we are doing a little bit of high level of analysis of all the written comments, in making some decisions on whether we whether or not to go to the full redaction, because there were thousands of entries, and some of those entries do provide personally identifiable information that we would want to redact. And so we'll provide those high-level summaries, and then should you want that deeper level, we'd be happy to provide that to the governing board.
Okay, because with that, we should be able to see how many families have said there's an interest in an arts magnet or gifted.
Correct. Both, yeah, we've
Both,
asked
right.
both specifically, and then there were other options that, to the point of us being in charge of our next iteration of Spark, there are other sort of options or ideas that we would also leverage some of that energy to our next thoughts.
Okay, and when will we have that information?
What is today? It's only Tuesday. Well, hopefully, I would say by Monday of this upcoming week. We just want to make sure all the files are able to be transferred to you, and we wanted to provide you guys the opportunity to see it before we post it on the public website.
Okay, thank you.
Boy, am I sparked. I just want to say the direction of hope and innovation has been reignited, I think, here at the dais, and a nice pivot. Thank you, Dr. Menzel and team. As we struggle with some of the survival ideas, this is really a thrival, and we appreciate all of your deep, creative, constructivist approaches to learning.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Felt a little like our own version of SUSD Shark Tank, though.
Yeah.
So thank you to the teams who put together the presentations and stood at the podium to answer questions. I know that these volunteers and our staff who have spent countless hours are truly passionate about the work, and your questions help us focus the work even more, so thank you as the board.
All right, that brings us to item 7B, SUSD District Office Deep Dive. Board, do you need to stand for a minute and just stretch, or are you okay? Keep moving? Okay, if you need to stand, stand. If you need a glass of water, go get a glass of water. All right.
All right, so we're going to get the PowerPoint up, and I will kick us off, and then Cabinet will be sharing the presentation responsibilities, and while we have 70 some odd slides, it's not going to be all set. We're going to move quickly through those, and then we'll spend more time on the areas you want to spend more time on. So this has been requested over time in terms of doing a deep dive analysis of what is the district. You know, people will talk about the district, and sometimes it can be this amorphous creature, and we want to be able to put some context to those conversations. You've seen in all of our presentations, we start with our vision, mission, and values. It's because we truly believe those are the guideposts that direct the work that we do. This slide matters a lot because we center our work and our why. It's because kids, our commitment is to elevating excellence every day, and our focus is on their future. District office exists to support the people who are doing the work most directly with kids. We exist to support our teachers. We exist to support our principals. We exist to ensure that kids get to and from school safely, that they have nurturing environments. So all of the work that we do is designed to ensure that we can meet the needs of our students. So tonight, if we can go to the next slide, we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about the big picture, what is the district office and the multiple component parts. We're going to talk a bit about the finances, how much of our overall M&O and other funding is allocated to district office versus what's going to building-specific work. And you're going to see where those interconnections are, because it's a little misleading to think that you can easily decouple them. The system works together, and coherence is important. And that's why I wanted every cabinet member to spend a little time talking about their area of responsibility, because it helps bring to life what they're individually responsible for as a part of this larger vision of how we elevate excellence every day and move towards becoming that premier school district where every student is successful. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Dr. Cruz.
Thank you, Dr. Menzel. When people think about schools, they naturally think about classrooms, teachers, and principals. The district office serves a different but equally important role. Think of it as the central support system that ensures schools have the resources, systems, compliance structures, and operational support necessary to focus on teaching and learning. The district office also does around economies of scale. We choose to do some things at the district level versus the school level because it saves us money to centralize, even if it means expense now gets classified as a district expense. You can see the primary functions of the district office here in this slide. Our goal tonight is to answer 4 primary questions. What does the district do? Who makes up the district office, and what are their responsibilities? How efficiently do we operate? What factors drive our priorities and decision-making? We hope this presentation provides transparency and context around these questions. Whoops. I'm going the wrong way. So one of these slides is missing. Ah, got it. Okay. Here are a few additional metrics to help demonstrate the volume of work performed annually. Finance manages over 57 different funds and processes more than 31,000 invoices. Human Resources handles over 4,500 personnel actions annually, also known as EPARs. We also maintain extensive safety and security operations across all campuses. These activities occur largely behind the scenes but are essential to supporting school operations.
Throughout the presentation, you will see a number of pie charts that demonstrate our budget. This first one, and what we did when looking at this is looking at the FY26 expenditures. Obviously, we're not through this school year, so this information is based off of end of April, what were our expenses at that time, as well as encumbrances. Doesn't necessarily mean all of those things will be expended, but it gives a better idea of where we were for this fiscal year. We took that information and broke it out into a district office versus a district total. And as you can see, approximately 17% of the expenditures support district office function, while 83% of expenditures occur outside of the district office in direct support of schools and students. That's important because many district-level functions serve every school, employee, and student in the system throughout that.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I forget if you get into this, and it speaks a little bit to the question that was asked in open comments. One of the things that I think can sometimes, at least it confuses me, I think it confuses others, is there different ways of defining the district office, and people use these terms interchangeably when they're not. So for example, they'll say how much the district spends on administration. Administration is not the same difference as district office, right? Administration would include school personnel like principals and assistant principals.
Yes.
So can you just take, if this isn't the right time to do it, fine, but can you take a moment and sort of help us understand, you know, for example, when Ms. Carney answered with the state's answer about what we spend on instruction, these different ways of defining it and what they include and don't include.
Absolutely. As we get towards the end of the presentation, we do address the Auditor General spending, dollars spent in the classroom. So that kind of breaks it out. But that is a key area to think about, is that depending on the report or depending on what information you're trying to acquire, there's different ways to get to it. So when you look at the Auditor General's report on classroom or dollars spent in district spending, that looks at administration in one way. It looks at it as administration that could be a classified employee, but they're at the administrative level. Could also be a classified or an administrator at a school, like a principal or assistant principal. We talked about earlier tonight in the budget presentation on you know, how much is spent on district administration versus a principal administrator. That's just looking at a salary schedule. So are there various ways we can look at administration? For the purpose of what we're looking at on this pie chart, what I really did is said anything that's not coded to a specific school is district. Now, there are things that we code to district level that are for a school, but as mentioned in one of the previous slide, you know, we might code it to a district level, or we call it district-wide, because it's gonna encompass all of our schools, and to break it out into 30 different lines would become cumbersome. This right here is looking at what is the district office. So anything that's coded at to the non-school site code is what we pulled to see district office versus school expense.
I might also add to the confusion by pointing out that the simplicity of the question in the public comments about classroom is also multi-tiered and multi-leveled. So for example, the legislation that just passed requiring 60% being directly tied to the classroom does now not count librarians, does not count counselors, does not count the nurses, the people who directly serve students that impact instruction. So the confusion on these categories, I think we need to keep asking so that we're constantly, oh yeah, does that count? Does that count? Does that count? So I don't want to oversimplify either. I want to be keenly aware that we've got like 9 different versions of classroom versus district versus site versus, you know, the cost of copy machines.
That is a very key thing, and depending on what what's being asked, there are so many different ways you can pull data to see, like, because it's looked at in so many different ways, be it an AG report on it, there's just not one set way that simply answers that question of what is administration and what is district office versus a school. Whoop. I'm gonna go back. What we did here is we took, and I know this is kind of small, and there's a lot of data on here, but the next 2 slides looked at what are our actual expenditures in FTE by department level for the last couple of years. And you'll also see the percentage change from 23 to 25, and the reason I did that is because we are not through FY26, and so you're not really comparing true actual expenditures throughout the whole year for FY26 because we haven't finished FY26. So we looked at what is the change between 23 to 26, and then I also looked at it between 23 and 26 based off of what could be spent, but again, we know that not everything that is encumbered always gets fully expensed. I would note also that you'll see in here, and I'll talk about this in a couple of slides, is that the inflation rate in Arizona from July of 2023 to April of 25 is roughly 5%. So when we think about some of these department expenses going up, and a lot of them have actually gone down, there's also an inflation factor that we have to consider that takes place. Within, and this is the last one on there, within the IT, you might look at that and think, well, why has that gone up, potentially 39% for FY26? And a lot of that is the result of implementing new phone system, a UPS system, which is kind of like a backup generator system for our technology, and laptop refresh. That kind of plays into when we look at.
So these are not operating expenses that recur every year necessarily?
Yes.
They're a mix of one-time and recurring?
They're a mix of everything that's happened within each year. And it's hard because things do change.
So that can make things very lumpy?
Yes, it does make things very lumpy. But it's also hard to be able to pull out what is a true operating expense. You get into the nitty-gritty of looking at almost every single expenditure versus like when we pulled this information, it was looking at what was coded to each department.
I've got a question on that.
Yeah.
Sorry. So if we're looking at this, and you look at the superintendent account, for example, up 33% at the end, what are these amounts just for the 3 FTE or the 4 FTE, or is there other things within
There's
this?
other things that are considered in this. This is looking at all expenses. So there are FTE that are considered in there, so the salary and benefits. There are also expenses that are come through the superintendent's office that aren't necessarily, specifically for him. So an example could be, we have software that's the governing board software. That's the board docs. That's an expense that, we put that under the superintendent. That's not something that's specific to Dr. Menzel. So that it does get really hard when we start looking at, unless you get very granular in every single expense, there are some things that are just operational that end up in a person's department that could be functioning for the whole district. And that would be a perfect example of that in the superintendent's.
So the board docs doesn't come out of the governing board?
I don't believe that one is sitting in there. There are other things, like, I want to say we have the Chamber of Commerce, that's for, is a membership for the district that's in the superintendent's.
What about like the lobbyist contract
That is not in his, that is actually under the finance.
that goes under finance? Okay, so they're all spread out everywhere.
Yeah,
Just to make sure I'm reading this correctly, the superintendent's expenses have gone down 30%. Is that right?
I am going to.
Yes.
Yes.
I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah.
They added one person, so FTE
So it's
went
gone
up
from 3 to 4
33.
people classified to that row, which
Yes,
is
but the-
33% off of a very small number, but the actual spending on that line has gone down.
Yes,
by
the spending has
30%.
gone down, the FTE has gone up.
Well, I was just talking about the change on the end. the
Yeah,
30
so I just want to be
That's
clear,
for
that's
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's not expense. Expense was down 30%.
Right.
Yeah, okay, good.
I wanted to look at, the things that have gone up more than 5% over the last couple of years. Are there things that are specific or that could identify why, or maybe it was a one-time expense? And so in looking through that, a couple things came out throughout that. There could be additional FTE within departments, and we've reduced FTE within a lot of departments, but some FTE have gotten moved around to a different department, or we've found a need for an additional FTE. So that could be part of it. We did Raptor software purchase. Again, that's under a district level expense, but that's something that happens at all of the schools. It's at it's nearly every single building. We've implemented some ID badge requirements for safety, charter buses for athletic events, again, happening at the school, but it's coded at a district level account. Analytics software, again, used at all of the schools. So there are multiple things that are charged to a district expense or looked at as a district office expense within this, but really they are still supporting our schools. It's just because we don't get down to we haven't coded it at a granular level to a specific school. This next slide just represents the district, the reductions of FTE at the district office since 2023. We have been intentionally trying to review the operations and make reductions over the last couple of years. This also includes positions that we have reduced for FY 26-27. There was a reduction of 6 FTE within that, saving approximately $334,000. When we look at district expenses and allocations, there are some things that we are required to do. There are some things that are expected by our community to do, and there are things that we choose to do as a district. So an example of something that we are required to do is move on when reading, or better known as MOWR. For everyone in the audience and watching online, this is legislation that requires all third grade students to be reading at a state proficiency level as defined by AASA, the state assessment. The state mandates which curriculum and assessments are required for compliance in this program, and so while we might make different choices with regards to curriculum and assessments, the curriculum that we have to do because of that legislation is a set program. So that's the type of things that we are required to do. There are things that are expected from our community. A great example with that would be we put a lot of money into and have increased what we've done within security. We put a lot of emphasis into the fine arts programs, athletics. This last year when we looked at budgets, putting a priority on having registered nurses on our campuses. And so those are things that we do because the community expects those within those campuses that can also drive how our expend is. And then there are things that we choose to do. So instructional materials and centralized enrollment. Centralized enrollment gives us an opportunity to do some cost savings. But there are things that we choose to do that might affect how we're spending.
Just so I understand the choose, I think what you're saying, a different district, those things might be not classified as district office expense. They'd be classified as school site expense. We've made, and therefore their percentage spent at the district office would in that example seem lower. We're choosing to do it at the district level, increasing that percentage because there's some economies of scale benefit, presumably, or some service benefit, something like that. Is that?
Absolutely, that's
Okay.
absolutely what it's looking at. And the centralized enrollment is a perfect example of that because there's staff that would normally be considered at a school and would be coded to a school, would be picked up as a school expense. We're moving it to centralized within our district. So there's a savings associated with it, but part of the cost for the staff and those people, the folks that would take care of the centralized enrollment has shifted now from the school over to a district office.
Yeah, so the optics is the district office is
Yes.
increasing,
Yes,
you know, as opposed to just a redistribution. Got it.
absolutely.
So thinking of the 60% rule that, you know, might be out there, do we have the ability to alter that ratio from a pure accounting standpoint without it being, you know, running afoul of any standards? But can we just shift accounts to change that ratio?
In some ways, yes. An example would be on the AGU's report that talks about classroom spending. That doesn't look at, is that spending at a school or is that spending at a district level office? So the unit code that decides where that expense is at, that's not factored into how the AG's report determines classroom versus non-classroom. How it is determined is based off of what's called a function part of the account code. And there's not a lot of flexibility within that. So, for example, instructional time, when it says 60%, that has to be direct instruction. That is limited to things that are coded specifically to a function 1000, which would be a teacher, a para in the classroom. However, a nurse or a guidance counselor, or even the electricity for that classroom is not allowed to be coded to 1000, which means it would not be part of instructional time or instructional expense.
So by that definition, there's not a lot of wiggle room.
No.
Okay.
No.
And that's the fundamental question, is to make sure we're clear on what definitions will apply, because in the ballot referral, it's not guaranteed, at least from what I've read, that it's the same as what the Auditor General's using for theirs. And so getting clarity on what definitions will be operational will help determine part of where you're going.
If I understood how you define the district office expense here, it includes things like our textbook purchases, correct?
Yes.
So I don't think, you know, if I grabbed someone on the street and said, is textbook purchases, is that a district office expense or is that a classroom expense? I think 99% of the people would say it's a classroom expense because it's textbooks, it's for teaching and learning. How would that get coded according to the 60% rule?
That would, because that is an instruction, it's a textbook for the classroom, that would be coded as instruction.
Okay, so that's an example
yes.
where some of what we're calling district office here, in a different report, and if you didn't like district office, you'd be mad about that. In a different report, those same dollars would be classified as
Absolutely.
instructional, and you'd be happy about that.
That's a
Got it.
perfect example of that.
Got it.
So we're going to move through each department pretty quickly. If we can go to the next slide. This is the big overview of the governing board, superintendent, and our cabinet leadership team. The stars are the people who serve on cabinet. All but one of the stars, if you're not including me, report to me. So I evaluate everyone except for Dennis. Dennis reports to Shannon. But this is the team that meets every week to ensure that we're moving collectively towards the strategic goals established by the governing board and ensuring that we're meeting the needs of the people, boots on the ground, serving the needs of our kids. So we're going to go through each of these departments very quickly, and we're going to start with Dr. Bono and elementary education.
Thank you. So this slide outlines the elementary department, elementary education department, and the schools I oversee. You'll see that on the right, as well as the department. So the pie chart on the left has been adjusted to represent just the amount of the budget that is assigned to the district from elementary ed, the blue chart. And that details the schools, and like I said, the schools in the department under elementary ed. Next slide. And then this slide shows the expenditure share of community ed. So along with the 18 elementary schools, and that does include Pima and Echo because it's from this previous year we just finished or finishing. I also oversee community education. Nick Noonan is the director, and community education includes Kids Club, Early Learning, Enrichment, Summer School, Scottsdale Online, and a bunch of other things that fall underneath each of those. And then this is just the some statistics on the programming by community ed. Again, early learning, childcare, enrichment, extended learning, Scottsdale Online, and Summer School. Important to note, as we've mentioned a few times this year, community education are cash accounts, with the exception of Soul. Soul does fall under the maintenance and operations budget. But under community ed, for all of our other programs, those are cash accounts. And community ed, we give graciously 10% of our revenue goes back. So at the end of the year, Shannon will sweep 10% of our revenue to the district's cash accounts.
Thank you, Dr. Bono. Similarly, what you'll see on the right-hand side is the total expense of secondary education. I have the opportunity of leading and serving all of our middle schools, all of our high schools, and oversight of 3 departments: athletics, career and technical ed, college and career readiness, and support services. Right here, you will see the organizational chart. This is a snapshot of the athletics department. There are only 2 people in the athletic department. All of their work focuses on school athletic programs, support of the school-based athletic directors, and the team is led by Director Steven Cervantes. Here is a visual of all of the things that the athletic department has oversight of. That includes AIA compliance and governance, logistics and operations, and facility coordination. And they work very closely with multiple departments in order to make sure that our students are safe on our campuses and are traveling to and from competitive events. The next slide here is CTE, which also encompasses college and career readiness. It's led by Director Jamie Fitzpatrick, and there are 6 individuals in the department. Again, here's a visual of what the department does do in terms of federal and state grant management, program of study, that coordination, and college and career readiness. There are college and career centers at each of the high school campuses. The support services is the last department I oversee, and it expands and contracts based on grant funding. This department is led by Director Shannon Cron. And here again, a visual of everything the department does, from civil rights and legal compliance to threat assessments, crisis response, district-wide wellness infrastructure, and this, of course, focuses on student wellness, behavioral supports, and intervention systems, and a number of training, including Section 504. They work closely with schools and families to ensure the students receive the necessary support so our students can be successful both academically and socially.
So this might be a segue to Ms. Mitchell. First off, again, I want to say thank you for this. You know, I've heard it said that, you know, that this information isn't available, you know, that when we ask, it's not given. So to have the transparency of literally every single role in every single department, how much we spend in every single department, what every single department does, hopefully that will put to rest those kinds of statements, because the data have been there, and now having organized it in this kind of clear and compelling way, hopefully for the board, for the community, it'll give everybody kind of a document of record to understand what the district office does. At this point, I think many people would be surprised. Wait a minute, like all of our elementary schools and all of our high schools, the district office is 6 or 7 people, 1.5% of the district office expense. How could that possibly be? And is the answer, I think, is going to be, you know, that we've centralized a lot of things like choosing the curriculum, training teachers, all of that stuff under this centralized education services function. Is that the right way to think about it? And I'm curious, how typical is that compared to other districts? In other districts, would the elementary and secondary kind of be responsible for their parts of choosing, you know, what textbooks are used or how the teachers are trained?
Thank you so much for the question. I think when we look at peers and what other people are up to, there are a variety of models. Our decision to centralize a number of supports does provide the opportunity for schools hopefully to stay laser focused on what they're up to. An example might be in our teaching and learning department, you'll see in a moment, we have a number of coaches. In other peer districts, those coaches might be quadrupled because there's one in every single school, and that might be their investment. We centralize some of those, but we're also running really lean affordability-wise to not be able to have those. And so when we looked across peers to see who's like us, who's not like us, what we saw is a lean support here. Because many of our peers do provide those supports in the actual schools to a much larger FTE.
And does that include leveraging some roles across secondary and elementary?
It does. So for an example is our social studies coach. That's a K-12 support. And so we try to maximize as much as we can offering those supports. You may see in some other systems, smaller districts, where there might be under the principal supervisors, they may do more, or there may be no principal supervisors and the Ed Services does it all. It's very, very different across the valley based on what people are up to. But you would see that it is our ability to provide services to all of our schools in that way. Only a couple of the district level teaching and learning positions are elementary only or middle and high only. Well, and we sort of just jumped into my neck of the woods. Yes, so thanks for teeing that up. I am pleased with the opportunity to lead the educational services team, which consists of the departments of teaching and learning, special education, assessment and accountability, also known as SIMAR, gifted and accelerated learning, and state and federal programs. You'll notice the portion of the budget seems pretty low. I'm the only person that resides within the Ed Services budget, and so that's what that little sliver is about. Really, the overall support of Ed Services is the academic engine of, oh, I am the clicker. Yep. I'm like, I'm clicking right here on my notes. Yes, thank you, Dr. Cruz. So we really are the academic engine of the organization, really leading curriculum and innovation, professional learning, and educational equity, making sure every student has access to what they need. You will see on this slide our teaching and learning department that is overseen by Dr. Tamara Jagodinsky and their expenditures for their work. When we talk about teaching and learning, really curriculum and materials is a lion's share of their work. They lead the oversight of the curriculum adoption processes. That is something we centralize. They lead and construct the professional development plans, the implementation. They also lead and oversee a good amount of fine arts and innovation. You'll see that key staff are those content coaches, coordinators of professional learning, fine arts and PE, and our digital innovation coach or our tech leads.
Something I hear from time to time is I hear that there are these coaches at the district office and I never see them.
Yeah.
Like they're, I don't believe they're there. I never see them. What would you attribute that to? Is it the fact that they're not ratioed 1-to-1 and so any one school in any one field, any one year may not interact with them?
You could see that. I would say we, and I'm looking forward in the next year to really evolve a system around that. Right now, services are often organized based on who's calling and asking for them. And so there isn't a certain access or a guarantee where we will be moving forward into this upcoming year with really coaches assigned. Let's say if you're a really high at-risk school based on your ELA data, you're going to have a coach guaranteed on your campus every other week for maybe a full day or weekly for a half day to meet and coach your teachers. So we are evolving that model, sometimes based on that feedback, but what I found is they are rarely here, but they are often in places where somebody has called them for service, and that isn't the most intentional and strategic approach that we have data that could tell us to elevate. On this slide, you'll see some organizational structure around student information management and accountability reporting, or SIMAR, and that is overseen by Dr. Cindy Bachna, who leads that department. Within that department, they really and truly are hosting all of our data as it relates to student achievement data, our state and federal accountability reporting. They oversee our enrollment processes and ensure that we have quality data and assessment systems in place.
Yeah, a lot of your positions are not M&O funded, they're federally funded, is that right?
In CIMAR, they are M&O. I do have a team that's coming up that is almost entirely. Some of the coaches from the teaching and learning team are federally funded through different federal grants. We also have the Gifted and Advanced Academics team that's led by a gal you met earlier, Sarah Torrione, and the expenditures that we put forward in order to support gifted and advanced academics. You can see across the system, we're serving over 2,800 children through that program, and they really do focus on a continuum of service, starting with that elementary gifted clusters, comprehensive gifted, all the way up to honors, AP, and IB coursework. Special education, led by Dr. Brooke Williams, is also under my purview, and you can see there's often a larger amount of staff associated with that, given the highly specialized qualifications and needs. Special education in our system is one of the only places we are growing in enrollment. We serve more than 2,500 students, and this department really ensures compliance with IDEA while providing access to free and appropriately public education, which is also known and referred to often as FAPE. They coordinate highly specialized services, including behavior analysts, vision and hearing services, adapted physical education, occupational and physical therapy, and they do this across all of the schools to ensure that students have what they need in order to access their education.
And again, a lot of this is IDEA funded,
Yes.
federally?
There is a good amount that's IDEA funded. There is a maintenance of effort, so we have to also make sure that we are providing through M&O a good amount of funding, but we do have a large IDEA grant.
And the federal funding is not at the 30 to 40% as promised, it's at 17 or 18%?
Correct.
Okay.
The last department that I have the opportunity to lead and oversee is state and federal grants, and that department is almost very much funded by those state and federal grants. It's led by Dr. Dave Praninsky, and within that, they focus on grant management, which is navigating the super complex ESSA consolidated grant process, which includes Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV. They also lead and oversee the implementation of English language development services, program coordination around Native American Ed, and a lot of supports for programming like 21st Century and our Title I programs.
So I just want to iterate that these federal funds may not go to state-required teacher salaries. We may not subsidize. So there's supplanting versus supplementing.
Yep.
Issues that I think needs to be said, since we talked earlier about the 60%, and we talked earlier about the proportionality of expenses. So these are positions that are explicitly need to be supplemental, not supplanted.
Yeah, and that in our annual budgeting cycle with every request, when we have to make any reductions of M&O, that really is the conversation we have, because you can't just reduce an M&O and put into federal grants. That is really and truly what is supplanting. And so those are constant conversations, and what this department really is a watchdog for us to make sure we're really in line in making those decisions.
Well, and in the name of a study session for us, I think it's important that we understand that the whole point is that the feds is on top of. It is not intended to take over the state's responsibility of funding its teachers. So there's a clear role in the federal dollars separate from the state dollars.
Can I ask a question while we're on the state and federal programs? Can you speak to how this has grown? Because I know the director position in this is newer. Why did we need that, and why has this organizational chart expanded over the past few years?
Under my purview, since I've been here, I haven't seen an expansion of that department. It's a reduction other than the translation services. We moved from teaching and learning to state and federal. I'm not
Well, Dr. Menzel can probably speak to it, because that was an added, that didn't used to be a director position, correct?
Would you like me to speak? Yeah. Sure.
Roughly, it was when Dr. Creekard was here, is when a decision was made to create an executive director over state and federal, or I think they called it Title I at the time, which became Ms. Cerna in that role, and it started to kind of separate and have leadership. We've had that in the past. Prior to Birdwell, we did have somebody who was over a state and federal area that was eliminated, and so when Dr. Creekard came back, they did create a Title I or a state and federal executive position. That was then changed to a director position. What's difficult, I think, sometimes within the grants when you're looking at expenses and FTE is because it's really gonna ebb and flow depending on, you know, when we had ESSER, that falls under their purview, and so there's a lot more dollars coming in through there that will make their expenses go up, that made their FTE go up. As ESSER went away, that started to come back down. So that's, within the state and federal grants, that part gets a little bit more difficult because it kind of shifts quite a bit depending on how grants are being funded, what grants we're receiving. But there's been a back and forth between having a director, not having a director, having an executive director, and then changing it to a regular director.
And the FTE are down by 26% from '23 to the current year. So we haven't actually expanded the number of people, and the funding's down 4% over that same period of time. So it's not been an expansion.
Okay, well, I just remember that this was a new position created for Dr. Paninsky.
No, actually, it wasn't. So
Okay, that's why I'm asking,
Margaret
no.
Cerner was in the position as an executive director. And we've done this with many things since I've been here. We had executive directors that existed, and when we had vacancies, we took opportunities to reconfigure, and many things were changed from executive to director level, or we eliminated a position, or we combined or collapsed positions. So that's what happened. It wasn't a new position created. It was a reconfigured position to optimize the dollars that we were spending.
Okay, do you remember what year that was?
It's probably 3 years ago now,
3 years
maybe
ago?
4.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
From a grant standpoint, is that managing grants that we get? Is that doing grant writing and going out and reaching? Like, how much of that is variable based on the effort we put into grant writing?
The vast majority of the work of this department is related to entitlement grants and managing the compliance of our entitlement grants and our English language development programming. In terms of competitive grant writing, in the past year, previous to this current year, we had a dedicated competitive grant writer who was seeking those. We did combine and consolidate positions from last year to this year, and so there is still somebody who is working with us continually on competitive grants, but also the combination of those positions reduced the load for competitive grant seeking in order to accommodate the absorption of the other position that was eliminated.
Is it the amount we get in from competitive grants, is it material?
I think that in the teaching and learning space, it is not. We do not have huge and large competitive grants that we've been awarded that I can see.
Is that I mean, I work at a research university, we have $1 billion coming into research. Is in K-12, is competitive grant a thing, or do schools invest in that as a?
Competitive grants in public K-12 are definitely a thing. In terms of the investment, it is, I've often in my experience see it matched with eligibility. A school system like Scottsdale Unified is often less eligible or less in terms of points for competitive grants.
Sure.
We're getting fewer points, and so I would say the investment is probably proportional to the amount of competitive grants we are eligible to receive.
Which is lower than
I have worked in other spaces where it was vast because you're a prime candidate for those types of investments.
I just want to give an example, though, because I don't want to short sell the person who does our grant writing for us, because the grants you approved tonight, the social workers that were reinstated, the SSO, SRO grants, and over time, she has been instrumental in positioning our district to be able to leverage and to put in high-quality applications. They're not always successful because sometimes we don't get all of the points based on need. But where and when we can be competitive, we have a person who's done extraordinary work on that, and those are dollars we wouldn't have realized, because I know of districts who I would have expected to have been funded in that first round who got absolutely nothing that they requested, and it's because of how the points are scored. And so having someone who's competent in that role, I think, is really important.
I would also add to that too, when you're thinking, looking at a university versus us, when we're talking about grants, we limit it strictly to state and federal grants. Those are the only things that fall within that realm. So like at a university, say Microsoft were to give a
Sure,
grant.
foundations,
Yeah,
right.
or a foundation were to give a grant, we would never classify that as a state or as a grant for our district. That would go into a gift account, which would be handled differently than, so I think there's a distinction there too.
I was just trying to think of, is it a quote revenue source possibility, and sounds like it's iffy. Yeah, thank you.
Well, that transitions really well as we talk about revenues and financial side into my world as the CFO. I have several departments that are under me. That includes finance, purchasing and warehouse, payroll and benefits, nutritional services, building services, and transportation. I will note that you will notice that our budgets or our expenses within our areas are usually a little bit higher than some of these other departments. That's not because we're just spending a whole lot more in finance or in building services or transportation. Our job is to support the schools, and there are things that just naturally end up under us, like audits, like financial software, that are pretty expensive expenses. So with that, we will start with finance. Finance is really an area that, oh, I'm sorry, this is just me. Overview of me. I have all of those various areas. And a lot of what we do in the umbrella under me has to do with compliance and state reporting. Jumping into the finance, I'm sorry, we're going to Dennis with the building services.
So building services, we are 4 million square feet under roof, 600 acres of land that we manage. And from bushes to bugs to shorts in the sewers to air conditioning that doesn't work, you name it, that's us. If you need to move it, we take care of it. If you need to build it, we take care of it. We take care of all compliance issues with the county health, with the code enforcement, and everything in between. Building services, I've always told my people that we are the calm in the storm. Whenever there's a disaster, that's our job to take care of it and make sure that this district is taken care of.
Now we'll jump into the finance side of it. Our finance department is led by Lisa Martinez. Within the finance department, they manage the resources responsible for, they manage all of the resources as well as being transparent with how we spend those resources, compliance with state and federal requirements. They're making sure that bills are getting paid. They're making sure that budgets are done. The AFR is taken care of. They're managing over 31,000 invoices every year, multiple bank accounts. I think Arizona probably has more funds within their chart of account than any other state, or at least that's what I've heard from lots of other districts. So there are there's a lot of various funds with specific regulations on how those funds can be managed, and so that all falls under the finance department in making sure that we are in compliance. Next, we have nutritional services, which is our Patty Bilberry, and their whole responsibility is just making sure that our students have healthy meals. Patty is very passionate about that, of making sure that our kids are getting fed, that the nutritional requirements are met. There are a lot of nutritional requirements at the federal and state level, so making sure that our menus meet that. But in addition, Patty runs a entirely self-sufficient department. With that, she handles over 2.3 million meals annually. She does approximately 250,000 meals during the summer. We have an Oak catering department, which also generates approximately 1.9 million in revenue. That's not catering just for the district. They are driving all over the valley, providing meals to various organizations. And so she handles quite a bit in that area within her department. Food services, like community ed, is self-sufficient. Not only are they self-funded, but they provide back to us 18% of their revenue, which comes back to the district through indirect cost. And that equates to almost $1 million for our district each year.
And it's highly regulated.
Highly regulated. Yes, highly regulated. Next, we have our payroll and benefits department. This is going to change just a little bit. Our director of payroll right now is Jenny Len Gutierrez. She was here for another week. And then that will be changing over to Amy Satterfield. Payroll, all of the EPARs that process through the Human Resource Department and through Finance also end up processing through the payroll department. Each payroll every 2 weeks is roughly $7 million. They're paying over 2,600 people every other week. And then dealing with those EPARs, they also oversee our benefits, which is expanding this year as we transition off of the trust and over to the district doing direct contract. So they have quite a few tasks that they're doing each day. Next one is our purchasing department.
Can I ask
Oh, yeah.
kind of a general question, and I think it applies to a few different departments. What is I'm trying to think how to phrase this. Like, what is the mechanism by which you kind of form a view on whether there are places that if we spent more, we'd save? So for example, I'm not saying this is true, but you could imagine we have 7 people doing payroll because we have an outdated payroll system that requires 8 different post-report transformations in Excel. And if we had a modern system, we'd be able to cut 3 of those roles. Or, in facilities, we spend X amount to private plumbers and private electricians because we don't have the number of tradespeople on staff. And if we did that, they would cost half the amount. Like, how do you develop a mental model for where those opportunities are to potentially invest and spend more in order to ultimately have a return on investment?
I appreciate the question, and I would say there are a number of ways that we do it. And one example is what we did with special education and the market-based stipend that we provided that resulted in being able to virtually eliminate all contract services for special education. So we had a theory of action. We knew that we had a problem that was not unique to Scottsdale. It's a problem all across the state and country. We had an idea about how to address that. We had support from the board. Not a guarantee that it would work, but it did. The other thing that we monitor and we spend some time learning from other districts is where they've already implemented some of these solutions. And so some districts that may be smaller or may have had a need that drove them to a solution sooner, it gives us an opportunity to learn from them. So if Shannon's at the AASBO conference, she's going to learn some things. If Christine Harrington's at an IT conference or COSIN, she's going to get some things. And we know that with the rapid change in AI and how it can help streamline some efficiencies, that there may be more opportunities down the road. So not eliminating people, but helping us do our jobs more efficiently. So we're constantly looking for those things, but also being cognizant that if we jump too quickly on a promise of a new innovation that's going to save money that's not truly vetted, it could cost us more. So we try to take a balanced approach on that, but always open to where might we find those opportunities. And then whenever we have vacancies, we sit down and have a conversation. Can we rethink how we get this work done in order to do it more efficiently? So it's kind of a combination of approaches to get us to a point where we implement some things that ultimately will save us money. But we might have to spend more on some of the software solutions on the front end to get to where we can reduce the expenditures on the back end.
And is there a process for people to make those investment cases? So like at my company, investment cases are part of the annual budgeting process. We want to ask for X amount of margin dollars in R&D because it'll then enable, us to take this out, a year later, 2 years later.
So in part, that's the budget process that Shannon's team drives with all of the department heads and leads every budgeting cycle.
So I would say, I think there's ways that we've looked at that and how we're trying to implement that. And I'm thinking right now of payroll. One of the things that we recently did this year is we came to the board and said, we need to move our time clock system off of the version that we've been on for, 15 years and move that to the cloud. And by doing that, it's going to cost us more, but we're going to have more support from our Time Clock Plus vendor. We're going to be able to open up some opportunity for employees to be able to be more responsible for making sure that their time is right instead of passing that on to an admin assistant. It gives us the opportunity within the payroll department to be able to say, okay, who's not clocking right or appropriately, or who's having to make a whole lot of adjustments. So it opens up a door for us to be able to process more efficiently within payroll. Does that mean that we're necessarily going to be able to eliminate a payroll position? Not now, maybe down the road as we get things more streamlined, but I think that's also why we've been able to reduce positions within a lot of the district departments, is because we do, as a collective cabinet group, sit down and say, okay, here are some things that we could modify or change, and I think I can eliminate, and we have eliminated positions within the district level areas, I think because we've looked at how do we streamline efficiencies.
Kind of teeing off of that, sort of a culture comment question. I'm going through this now. Not everyone is good at identifying opportunities for efficiencies. And like it's different if it's reduction in staff, like, hey, do this thing and you could fire this person who sits next to me, right? People don't do that. Or do this thing and my job isn't needed, right? That doesn't really happen. Although I tell my staff, if you work yourself out of a job through automation, I'm going to promote you because there's more you can do. But having a culture, again, go to non-operational, right? Electricity is a big expense, right? If we swapped out these solar panels, right, here's the change. The culture for doing that, right, it could be nudged a bit, right? Bounty programs, right? If you identify something that saves us, we'll give you $500 for something that we save. But also it's a bit of a top-down of being in that culture. Do you feel we're in that kind of culture, or can be there, or because it's a deeper kind of question, but it's very relevant?
So it varies across the organization. So we've, during the IBN process, had a lot of conversations about some of the ways you can save money. If you don't have mini fridges and coffee pots and lots of different places, and you probably received a number of communications about the reduction of the printers and reliance on copiers, right? And so we've taken steps to optimize and also listen to feedback that said that will be morale crushing if I don't have access to the coffee or the mini fridge or the microwave in proximity. And so balancing what's the cost benefit on those things versus when you think structure, how many people, what function do they have, and what's the ROI? What do we get in exchange for having that function? We're a large bureaucratic system, and so sometimes change takes longer. That's why at the cabinet level, we've tried to be disciplined when we have vacancies. Before we just rush to fill, let's step back and have that conversation. So we're trying to be disciplined at the district level, knowing that those are hard culturally to embed all the way down to a classroom level, because when you're in the throes of dealing with 28 kids and some of whom are behaviorally challenging, the thought of trying to think, okay, how do I contribute to changing that culture is very difficult. So we try to take that burden off their plate and do that at an administrative level, but do it consistently.
Yeah, I agree it happens in pockets. It's not everywhere. Definitely agree I'm not for the morale crushing, squeeze every drop of blood from the turnip. I think that's very disincentivizing. But like for a mechanic in the transportation yard, or someone in security, or someone who's out in the field at a school, for them to notice these things, having that culture that, it's supported and rewarded. I think that they see things we don't. I see things 2 levels below me that I don't see because I started to have those.
And we do try to create an environment where people can propose pilot projects. So instead of something that we have to go 0 to 100 quickly, we talked about some problems of practice with door latches on the crash bars and had a teacher who fabricated something. Well, we didn't ultimately use that solution, but we used the idea to think about, okay, how else might we innovate around this problem of practice to make things better for employees? So I think we want to nurture more of that, but there are opportunities for people to, from the grassroots level, say, maybe this routing is not the most effective. What if we did? And so we want to have more of that.
This next one then is our purchasing and warehouse department. That is led by Jeff Thomason. And their whole department and warehousing part is to procure goods, to make sure that that we're in compliance with state statute on procurement, doing RFPs. If we're using a cooperative agreement, they're making sure that they do the due diligence on that. But then within the warehouse, they're looking at what are they, they're doing inventory, they're checking on assets, making sure that our assets are being tracked and that we're following through on the rules on if furniture is moved, that tracking is continued. They distribute out resources. There's a lot of things that get delivered to the warehouse. Our warehouse doesn't really store things, but they might go there, and then they're getting those things out to our school sites, as well as the mail function for the district. And then our last department here is transportation, which is led by David Jacobson. As you can see, he's got he's one of the larger departments within the district office. And a lot of that comes from the fact that his department is transporting students. There are fuel costs. Fuel costs are pretty expensive. One of the other large expenses for them has to do with contracted services, because we are struggling to get bus drivers and working to find ways to get off of that contracted services and fill those positions. But everything that they do in that department really does focus around transporting students with dispatchers. We have 2 bus barns. So there's staff at both of those bus barns. His mechanics, they oversee all of the vehicles within the district, making sure that they meet DPS requirements, that when we're checked by DPS, that we have safe vehicles for all of our students, whether it be the activity bus or the regular yellow school bus, as well as all of our facility vehicles. Yeah.
Can you speak to the income that we get for transportation on a per mile basis, just so we understand its distinction?
Sure. The district does receive funds specifically for transportation. It's based on a formula that's a little bit complex. However, that dollar amount doesn't really change. So our dollar amount has been roughly $8.1 million for the last, easily 10, 15 years, probably more than that. But then obviously we still have expenses like fuel continues to go up and up and up. Expenses for those buses continues to excrease.
Parts.
Yeah,
Sorry.
parts, yeah, the labor, and then obviously the salaries for our bus drivers. So we do receive funding from the state for that. However, it does not change for us.
It's not tit for tat.
No.
Do you envision a world, given we're not the only district dealing with these enrollment challenges and the budget that flows, do you envision a world where we start doing some of these things cooperatively with our neighboring districts? I mean, couldn't Scottsdale and PV share a common infrastructure for bus repair, for example? I don't know what level of leverage you get on that. A common infrastructure. I know nothing about supply chain. That seems like a lot of people, but again, I know nothing to be able to opine on it. Some of these are they're hardworking people. The nature of it is low differentiation. Is there an opportunity to do it more cooperatively?
So it's a qualified answer. Across the country, it is a model where places have done that. Schools have found the ability to work across districts for some of those central office functions or back of the house. In a competitive environment, sometimes that is not as conducive as in areas where kids go to school at neighborhood schools in other states. So our environment makes it a little different. The transportation piece becomes more of a challenge with respect to neighboring districts simply because of the miles you have to travel to get to a central place to maintain them. Conversely, there are more opportunities to continue thinking about what can we do with the city of Scottsdale, because they do have a fleet that they maintain. They do have IT infrastructure. They do have some of those other back house functions. And so thinking about, are there intergovernmental partnerships to do the same thing that are in closer geographic proximity? But I wouldn't rule out the ability to be able to provide support for some of our neighboring districts. It's happened in Fountain Hills. Leverage some contract support for finance services from a much larger district. The challenge for Scottsdale is we operate so lean that taking on the responsibility to support another district in some of those areas would be difficult because we'd have to expand our staff in order to be able to make that happen. so not impossible, but there would be an initial cost associated with, we're not overstaffed enough to be able to take on the additional responsibilities, at least as far as I understand.
In another district where, you have 7 or 12 districts feeding into the high school district, one of our neighbors, and everybody has their own warehouse, it just made no sense when Amazon delivers to the door anymore. You just almost don't need that anymore. So to rethink that is such a great idea. It's my understanding that the scope and scale of, organizational scale of Scottsdale and the larger districts is right-sized already. That's my understanding from having looked into it in the past in other ways.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about it right-sized. I was just thinking if, 2 districts spend $100 each, together they only spend $180.
Well, and we are looking at that
they've saved
at-
$20
at
collectively.
The Level D program at Pima, right? There are a lot of other schools that are relying on private placement, and so if we can provide a service, then they no longer have to use the private placement. That can be a win-win. So yes, those are some opportunities that can surface.
Okay, communications. So you can see there, we are a small but mighty force. We've got 4 people on the team currently. And on the next slide, you can see some of that which we are responsible for. But primarily, we handle all internal communications and external communications, public relations, marketing, and advertising. We're really the conduit between parents and the community telling our story. I think we take our biggest point of pride is branding and really telling our story, connecting with all of the different stakeholders. But whether it's a celebration or it is crisis communications, it is all funneling through the communications department. I look at it as running an agency. I think you've heard me say before, and it's like we've got so many different customers, if you will, or clients. We've got the district that is certainly a client, but then we have each of our individual schools, each of our individual programs, and then sometimes even our departments. So human resources doing a job fair, transportation doing a job fair. So we have many different clients in this agency, that is the SUSD communications team, that we're serving day in and day out, managing the communication platforms. And you can see there the website, the social media, but a lot of it is working hand in hand, building the relationships internally so that we're successfully delivering the message externally as well. I also had the pleasure of leading the technology department, information technology. Looks like a lot of people on that screen, but in fact, you'll see from the previous slides, we're one that has, in fact, fewer people, but are serving many more devices and people as just things have shifted over time, especially, I mean, not only because of COVID, but because it's 2026, because we've got devices hanging on walls. There are computers everywhere, whether, long gone are the days of the chalkboard. So our network is vastly different than it was, years ago, as are our integrations. So when you talk about optimizing and recognizing ways to save, it's like consolidating our tech stack and looking for opportunities to really reimagine the work that's being done, but then also to optimize that which we have or figure out a way to streamline workflows that are more efficient. And so, of course, it's network and systems, it's the technical support, it's all the data programming, and then also, which falls along with IT over at the warehouse now, where communications has moved, thank you, Dennis and team, is the copy center. So we also run the print shop. And so any of the different sites, or again, programs, departments, the district as a whole, any of those orders go through the print shop and we support them.
Can I ask, just going back to communications, first off, thank you for not saying long gone is the blackboard. I would have taken that a little more personally.
Chalkboard, yeah. No.
So marketing communications is one of the controversial areas of the budget. People will say, oh my gosh, how could you close a school, and then we're spending money on marketing. Now, marketing is also how we attract the enrollments that avoid us closing schools.
Mm-hmm.
So one person's expense is another person's investment. I have to say, I was surprised that it's this small.
Mm-hmm.
It's a team of 4 people. I imagine, unfortunately, in any given week, there's some degree of crisis communication at some school in some classroom. You've got the general communications work. So can you give us some sense of the level of effort you're able to bring to enrollment marketing?
You're not wrong. I mean, the attention is divided, and our first obligation is always to serve the students and the parents. And in those times of crises, whatever it is that we're working on, forget about it, because that becomes our focus, and it frequently takes over the day. You're all often looped into those occasions, and it just depends on the gravity of the situation. Sometimes it's, a letter, and sometimes it's a commitment of a day with all the folks around the table. There's also all of the community events I've neglected. There's a number of Saturdays that we're out there, and we're doing those enrollment, whether it's an enrollment campaign or a branding campaign, depending on how you look at it, we want people to know that we exist, because we also know that when it comes time to elections and everything else, that education matters, and we want people to see the value in us and for us to be a household name, whether you're enrolled here or working here or not. We are a part of your life. So as it relates to enrollment, your original question, we work we kind of have a tiered approach. So we definitely look at the schools that have the greatest need for additional students and or are launching something new. So like this year, there was a real focus on the new Fire Science Academy at Coronado. And then obviously some of our phase 2 schools and doing enrollment marketing for them. And then ultimately the district as a whole, and making sure that parents think about shopping SUSD first. But that's then conveying the message that there are all these different programs and schools from which they have to select from, which can be overwhelming for families. So we do try to divvy it up, but it is very much like having, 27 different distinct customers, and then having the budget to adequately serve each of those individual clients and the district too.
And is the headcount masking maybe the fact that we leverage an agency to
So-
do a significant amount of that work, so it's not showing up in headcount, but it is showing up in total dollars, or?
We would be actually, so we do use an agency for deployment. So because we're not buying lists and we don't have the same sort of tools to be able to do these email, these vast deployments on email, the OTT, the Spotify ads, we'll use them, but we create all the content in-house. So we write everything, we design everything, we do the, the pictures, the graphics, and then we serve it up, and they code it and deploy it for us, and then report back on the data analytics and the success metrics.
Yeah. So I just want to say the not quiet part out loud. We're not going to succeed as a district launching new programs, everything we want to do. We have to develop an enrollment marketing muscle. There has to be, and we have to have the political alignment on the board to support that. There has to be someone who is in the Coronado community, knows every family that's moving in, knows every HOA, knows every school, knows every realtor, can step in and do the tours when the principal's not available, can train the principal on how to do a more effective tour. We should have enrollment marketing folks, parents who are looking for a second job part-time, young people who are just starting their career, in each of our learning communities. We're way outgunned relative to our competitors, not the other public schools, which is probably why we do such a great job taking students from them on an open enrollment basis. We're a net importer, not an exporter. But when it comes to the private school competition, the ratio of our communications and marketing to the size of our district is just a fraction of what they're spending.
I agree. But I will also say I give a lot of credit to all of our employees at the table here today, as well as all of our site leaders, because we would not be able to achieve that which we do without their support. And their degree is in education, but they very much became marketers or partners with us in telling this story and touring families. But it's all of the follow-up. And none of that is automated. There isn't some, we don't have some CRM tool that's doing all of that. It is our instructional leaders that are going out and continuing to do those follow-ups when we get them to the website, or we get them to the social media, or we get them to their campus.
We have no CRM for families that are interested in Scottsdale.
No, nothing, no one tool. So we've got lots of different, Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah, but they're not getting like a drip campaign. We saw you tour Cherokee.
Like Salesforce or something?
Yeah,
No.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a knife and a gunfight here. So, yeah. I mean, I know people come into this presentation, we're spending too much on the district office, let's find places to cut. I do think there are places where we don't invest enough, and there is a difference between an investment and expense. I don't mean to be preachy, but, sorry.
To the gunfight, this brings security as our,
Terrible
sorry,
segue.
I had to.
That's a terrible segue. I did have one more thing on technology, if I may.
Sorry, please continue. I thought that was just so pretty, though.
So as I said, I think this was excellent. I think it answered a lot of the questions. I know it's getting late, partly because, some of us are generally interested in technology in the district and the question of screens, and have we gone too far in that direction? I know I'm interested in that, partly because my spider sense was up a little bit, where like our finance system is classified in finance. So I suspect we have a lot of software that isn't classified as technology, but is classified in other departments. Is that fair to say?
That is fair. So like the HR software
Is
is
in
classified
HR,
in HR,
yeah.
finance is under us, transportations is under them.
Not like next week or in 3 weeks or 8 weeks, but some point like in the next 12 months, and maybe this is sort of the end of the meeting for next future agenda items, getting an integrated, comprehensive understanding of our technology spend and understanding it at the level where we're not conflating technology spend that's infrastructure for security and the cameras and everything from, the laptops, from the instructional software, from the run the district software. I think that's an important, it is a fast-growing part of our budget, even with the anomaly of it being, an outsized year because of the equipment refreshment. But it is a growing area generally, and it can very quickly get a whole bunch of tentacles. So I know I would be interested, I suspect my colleagues would be interested in getting a different view of technology spend that brought it all together irrespective of what department it gets classified to.
Yeah, and I'd say I've asked for that a couple times as well, and that falls into where I was asking for the programs and the software, the contracts that we had added since the pandemic, and that's a big part of that, so I would definitely like that information.
Yeah, and we have gotten better about coding certain software. So like the website used to be, for example, in technology. Now the website is in the communications budget. So there are certain things that have peeled off of technology, and then there's other things that start in technology and then eventually get peeled off. And so absolutely we can run a report and help delineate sort of or differentiate the different spends. Yeah, thank you.
Now we're going to bring the knife to the gunfight. Security. So as you can see, we from prior slides, we've increased our budget a lot since 2023, and a lot of that it was just the reallocation of the SROs from another spot within the district funding to under safety and security. So safety and security remain one of the most important responsibilities of the school district. The Safety and Security Department serves as the central coordinator for emergency preparedness, threat assessments, security planning, crisis response, and collaboration with all of our public safety personnel. We are continuing to monitor all the safety aspects that are forever changing in today's landscape, not just locally, but nationally, which then turns around and makes it a local issue. So that's all I got on security.
That brings us to human resources. You can see what portion of the budget we take up, and you can see our staff there. We are often viewed as just the hiring mechanism for the district, but in reality, our work is much broader and touches really every teacher, every department, really every campus and every part of the district. Every employee, as they come in through the district, they enter in through human resources. So we, beyond personnel transactions, we do a lot of recruiting and hiring. In a typical year, thousands of applications are reviewed, hundreds of interviews are coordinated, hundreds of employees are onboarded. Again, everybody, as they come in through the district, come in through Human Resources. Let's see. We also support principals and supervisors across the district with guidance on personnel issues, performance management, employment law. We also cover employee relations, workplace investigations, certification compliance, fingerprint clearance requirements, contract administration, ADA accommodations, leave management, unemployment claims, workers' compensation. So we are highly regulated, as you can tell, by the number of functions that we serve. But we always look to that, and we know that our goal is beyond all of that, but to ensure every student has access to a high-quality employee, and that we support them through their careers here in Scottsdale Unified.
We are going to move into looking at a state analysis of our administrative cost. We've talked about a lot of this already some tonight. So this really, the next two slides, just kind of look at what are the categories for non-classroom versus classroom, instructional versus student support. I'm going to skip through those because, again, we have talked about that, I think, quite a bit tonight. This here looks at where do we land, and where does that, how do we compare with our state and then within our peers? So right now, instructional for last school year was at 54% for instructional. We talked earlier about there are things that we choose to do, things that we have to do, and things that we do because the community or the board would like those. And I think that's evident in when you look at our plant operations being a little bit higher than state or peer. And some of that comes into security lands within plant operations. And so that's kind of a great example of that there are some decisions that we make that impact our budgets in different ways and how things are reported. This is kind of looking at our classroom versus non-classroom because there is that distinguish between there's instructional, but there's three different components that make up classroom spending. Within those three different components, we're at last year we were at not quite 71%. It was like 70.6. So this kind of rounded it up on this report. But in the classroom spending, again, this is based off of every single year. It changes. It's a pie. So, you know, depending on decisions that we make can shift how that allocation comes out.
And just so I understand, at the risk of being conspiratorial, is this a peer group we constructed, or is this the peer group the Auditor General assigns to us?
No, that is based off of the Auditor General saying these are the peers that are similar to you. So it's going to be like your Paradise Valleys, Mesa, Gilbert, Chandler, the larger unified districts, Dysart. So Dysart is a way over on the other side of town, but they're considered a peer of ours because we're similarly sized and
There's 11 of them defined by the state.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Okay. And so the general headline is, let's come out the wrong way. Like, we're not exceptionally more efficient. We're certainly not less efficient. We're sort of typical.
Sort of typical.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Whoops.
And I promise you, we are almost done. We're going to bring you home tonight. So we hope that you take away several things from this presentation. First, that the district office really represents a relatively small portion of the budget overall when you're looking across all of the pieces and parts that we do. Also, that we have been intentionally pursuing efficiencies, especially over the last 3 years for the district. Compared to state averages and peers districts, we demonstrate a strong commitment to classroom instruction and student support. And then also, we know that student success depends on more than what happens in a classroom. We know that you have to have those operational supports underneath, balancing everything, keeping everything in order so that people at the school sites can focus on kids. Every department we discussed tonight contributes to our mission and vision and our values. So at the end of the day, whether the employee is in a classroom, on a bus, in a warehouse, in finance, or at the district office, the purpose remains the same. We support kids, and every day for their success. We are here because of kids. This is why we exist.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the time, the effort, the detail. This is amazingly helpful and amazingly illustrative of what's going on. You know, I think there's this undercurrent of waste, of, you know, what are you spending? The district is in the classroom, what's being spent? What becomes apparent to me, which already was, but I think was emphasized and illustrated by this, is it's really easy to say you're wasting money, right? Waste, fraud, and abuse, cut that, get rid of it. What's hard to do is to actually be surgical and look and see where things are, because we talked about communications. I'll use an example. Hey, that's not classroom, get rid of it. Great, then the next time there's, God forbid, something happens at a school and you as a parent don't get a message, it's because of that, because someone just said, it's not in the classroom, don't spend it. The Auditor General's got a great little side graph in their site. It says from 2020 to 2025, what was the change in those categories? And instruction went down 2.3%. So it said over 5 years, we spent 2.3% less on instruction. What went up? Two big ones, student support and plant and operations. So we're not gonna have new air conditioners, but we're still teaching in the classroom. And so, my point here is that it's easy to say there's waste. It's hard to actually work on it. It takes effort, it takes individuals, it takes a lot of introspection, it takes a lot of analysis. I do believe there are improvements. I believe we have been making them. I believe there are more to make, but it's not a simple wave of the wand and like something's gone. And so I see that as the big takeaway, that for those who are watching, listening, watching this recording and paying attention, yeah, there's great improvements we can make. It takes work to dig in and find those things. And so I hope that's apparent to those who are watching and listening. Thank you again for the detail of this. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, we don't have access, this is helpful in seeing the people side of things. We don't have access into the non-people spending and sort of where there are opportunities to be more efficient there. At the same time, we can rely on things like the benchmarking to kind of get an intuitive sense that, if there is that bloat somewhere, then it's being offset presumably by extreme leanness somewhere else to end up within the benchmark. So again, I think this was great. I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me ask so many questions. It says something about me. I was excited for this presentation. In addition to the technology, the only thing that I didn't see here that I was kind of thinking through as I went is the question of what's variable versus fixed. A natural intuition of a taxpayer is the district's getting smaller, we should be spending less, right? If there are X number of fewer students, there must be something in the district office that's indexed roughly to, maybe indirectly, because then we have fewer teachers, and then if we have fewer teachers, we have a slightly smaller HR group. There are certain things like bus routes, we're probably not reducing the number of bus routes based on a reduced number of students, because if they're still distributed, we have to get them. So my intuition is like most of this is fixed, and unless there was a massive change of enrollment, you wouldn't expect the expense, because we're still gonna have coaches, we're still gonna have plant operations, but some of it feels like, there must be something variable. There must be some areas where we as a district, now we've cut, so the answer might be partly yeah, and you can see that because we've cut, but I know it may not be possible. I think I already asked for it, and I'm guessing it's not possible, and that's why you weren't able to do it, but some sense of, 20% of our district office budget is arguably variable or at least sensitive to thresholds, and then 80% of the budget really is, if we were half the size, we would still be, spending roughly the same amount of money because we still have legal, we still pay people, and so on. I don't know, is that something that you can get to?
Yeah, I think, I think two parts on that. One, it is hard to do. We have less students, but we still have roughly the same number of campuses. So like you said, facilities is still going to be the same, even though we have less. I can think in my own department within finance, I know the number of people we had in the finance department just paying bills or processing invoices from 20 years ago to now is at least half, if not more than half cut, because we don't have as many, we're not doing as much. The hard part we run into is that we might have less students, but there's a lot more compliance stuff that also gets thrown onto the department thing. I will say some of it is really hard to pull out. One of the things I've learned is I think this is like the third deep dive I've done into how we're doing things this year, and really diving into historically what's happened, is how we can do some process improvements on how we code things, on where things land. And I think that's one of the things that we've learned through these different processes is, okay, well, maybe that doesn't really fit under finance. Maybe that really is a different area. Or maybe we shouldn't code that as a district level expense, because it's really not a district level expense. So one of the things, we've done a lot of cleanup over the last couple of years with our data. There's still more cleanup to do. And as we continue to do these things, we find even more ways that we could refine it and make it better to pull out that information. But one of the things we've really discovered is a lot of this lies off of what's the account code used for it, and that's not necessarily going to tell me, is that a fixed expense or is it not a fixed? It's just going to tell me that it's a supply. But is that a supply that we would have less of because we have less kids? So that's a long way, I guess, to say it's not as easy to get that information out as we sometimes hope for. We're trying to do better on how we have things and to be able to parse it out, but we know through some of these deep dives, there's more ways that we could look at to make it cleaner and better to get that information, if that answers.
I would like to thank the board members who initiated this conversation. It's been really helpful for the community, for the staff, for all of us to kind of get grounded and re-examine both big topics tonight. They were just excellent and beautifully put together. Thank you all so much for the hard work and for the fluidity of our sophisticated, healthy, positively intended conversation. It was such a good meeting. Congratulations again, Dr. Menzel, for everything you've done to help the staff and orchestrate the staff to get us here. And congratulations on your contract extension. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. It is 9:13.